morning, everybody. Good to see you this morning. Good morning. Joining us today, as you can see, are some of the rising stars in our party. These are Republican members of the sophomore class. They're in their second term. Many of them have been working so hard for the last several weeks in their districts, trying to help their constituents navigate the chaoses that have been created by the Democrat shutdown. We're now on day 36, and it is a sad landmark in our history. This is the longest shutdown of any government in our history. And they've also made history in a number of ways, which we've recounted every day in our daily press conferences. Remember, this is the first time in the history of America that any party has had the audacity to close down the government over a totally clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution. I said yesterday, and I'm being honest, none of us imagined that we would be here at this moment. We couldn't have imagined that Democrats would be willing to force families to go hungry and workers to miss paychecks for 5 weeks on end, 50 days plus, and we never did imagine that they would be willing to use the pain of American families with such reckless disregard. But that is what we are seeing, and it is unconscionable. Despite the 15 opportunities they have now had to reopen the government, they have voted 15 times to keep it closed. That is the number that everyone has to pay attention to. All the Americans who are hurting because of this. They need to understand Republicans have voted 15 times to open your government, and the Democrats have voted 15 times to close it. They voted to deny paychecks to workers, to stop the flow of SNAP funds to hungry families, and all the rest. And still, somehow, they have the audacity to go on national television and gaslight the American people and try to pretend that somehow the Republican Party has some blame in this. It's the most outrageous example of political gaslighting that we have ever seen. And day after day, they have claimed, without any merit at all, this shutdown is somehow about health care. It's a blatant lie, and they know it. They tried to string together two totally unrelated issues: the expiration of the Obamacare COVID subsidies and the basic funding of the federal government. Those are two totally distinct things. Republicans have always been willing to have a conversation about the COVID-era subsidies and how to make Obamacare and health care more affordable. But we will not, and we should not do so as hostages in their political game. It was in no way necessary or appropriate to shut down the government in order to have bipartisan discussions about the subsidies. The reality is the Democrats could have avoided all of this chaos and all the pain, everything they've inflicted on American families, by simply voting to back the clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution, the 24-page simple document, just as they did 13 times under the Biden administration. They could have passed that 47 days ago. After the House did it, we did our work and sent it over there. And we would have had all these negotiations and continued. I'm going to wrap this up and tell you again why. The big question is why. Why would the Democrats have the audacity to do this? As we summarized so simply yesterday, and we will do so every day, they are motivated out of fear. The Democrats shut down the government out of fear. They have never been more afraid at any point than they are right now. They know, as we all do, what their own polls show. The leadership of the Democratic Party is the most unpopular with members of their own Democratic base. And we saw that in the elections last night. The old guard is desperately trying to use this shutdown to show the radical Marxist wing of their party that they can look tough to President Trump. That's because the new power center of the left isn't the moderates. It's the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders and the Mamdanis of the party. It's the activists who believe capitalism is evil, who disdain the founding principles of their own country. They claim that the salvation of our nation will be brought about by bigger government and more bureaucracy. Look what happened in New York City last night. For the first time in American history, an avowed, openly proclaimed socialist has been elected as the mayor of America's largest city. Zoran Mandami is without a doubt the biggest win for socialism in the history of the country, and it is the biggest loss for the American people. He is truly a committed Marxist. And the results of that race tell you everything you need to know about where the Democrats and their party are headed. from the backbench to their leadership. Democrats have fallen in line behind the socialist candidates. Hakeem Jeffries, as you know, is the highest-ranking Democrat in the House. He gave his full blessing to Mamdani and his socialist agenda. Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Democrat in the Senate and the highest-ranking Jewish leader in America, flirted with endorsing Mamdani all the way to the bitter end. Never mind the fact that Zoran has embraced anti-Semitic rhetoric and promised to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel if he visits New York City again. And then there's President Obama, who called Mamdani over the weekend to extend his praise and act as a sounding board for the young socialist. You can't make this stuff up. The man who made healthcare unaffordable with his own socialist scheme is advising the man whose false promises will surely make life unlivable for millions of New Yorkers who cannot afford to flee the city. As we said from this podium every morning, we talk about Mamdani for two reasons. It's a bellwether, because House Democrats, many of whom represent districts with much less blue than New York City, have embraced him with open arms. And because his brand of Marxism is truly a bellwether for the Democrats nationwide. We pointed out that other major metropolitan areas in the country are facing the same threat with candidates similar to Mamdani. And we're going to continue to call out their effort to mainstream and normalize socialism and Marxism in America. Working families watching this play out have a right to know that socialism and communism are not just confined in New York City. They are quickly coming to a town near you unless you stand up and let your voice of common sense be heard. While Democrats hitch their wagon to the socialist agenda, Republicans are going to continue to act in good faith on behalf of hardworking Americans. And we will remind a new generation of Americans about the painful and inescapable realities of history. We'll have much more to say about this in the days ahead. There were no surprises last night. I'll just summarize on the election, and then I'll yield to some of our sophomore stars here. There's no surprises. What happened last night was blue states and blue cities voted blue. We all saw that coming. And no one should read too much into last night's election results. Off-year elections are not indicative of what's to come. That's what history teaches us. By the way, it's worthy of note that Zoran Mamdani himself only received a little over 1 million votes, 1,036,000 votes. There are 8.3 million residents in New York City. 8.5 million actually is the number, I think. So about 12% of the city voted to turn their city over to the communists. We'll see how that works out. The lesson is that common sense Americans have to stay informed, you have to stay engaged, and you have to vote and let your voice be heard. But back to the urgent issue of this moment. Unlike our Democrat friends, Republicans know there's no prize for the milestone we've hit today. No one wins in a government shutdown. We pray that Democrats wake up to that truth very soon. We are very hopeful that they will come to their senses and help us to reopen the government. Remember, it's about math. We have to have 60 votes in the Senate, and we only have 53 Republicans. The entire country is waiting and calling on Democrats to put their political fight aside and open the government. Until they do that and do the right thing, House Republicans will continue to do what we've done since day one, and that is helping our constituents navigate the chaos and confusion of the Democrat shutdown back in our districts. And that includes the members of our outstanding sophomore class, many of whom represented here today. Some of them are here, and we want to thank them for their leadership and their resolve, and they're working in their districts and in D.C. and being all over the place. One of those leaders is Congressman Russell Fry, our sophomore class representative. He was the president of the freshman class, and so he still gets that distinction. He serves on our elected leadership committee. And I will tell you that Russell has been a strong voice for common sense, for conservative values, and we're truly grateful to have him with us today. Mr. President of the class, I'll turn over the podium to you. Thanks. Anybody?
In this world, few things are certain other than death, taxes, and Democrats saying one thing and doing another. They say they're the party that cares about the American people, but everything that they have done for the last 36 days proves otherwise. Not only is this the longest shutdown of all time, it's also the dumbest shutdown of all time. But now that the election charades are over, maybe Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries can get the political blessing of their new savior, Zoran Mandami, to reopen the government, to pay our federal employees, to pay our troops, and to allow struggling families on SNAP to receive the benefits that they've had for a long time. But make no mistake, this is not about governing. This is about gamesmanship to the Democratic Party. But I think, and I have faith, that the American people are smart, that they recognize a lie when it is being told to them. For years, during the Biden administration, we were told that the border was secure by the Democratic Party. The American people were told that the border was secure. It wasn't. For years, we were told by congressional Democrats that President Biden's mental faculties were okay, that he's never been sharper. That was a lie. And now we're told by congressional Democrats, yet again, that it is a Republican shutdown when we all know that the simple math is that you need 60 votes. So Chuck Schumer, I think it's time to call Zoran Mandami and make sure that he's okay with reopening the government. They're holding the government hostage at the expense of the American people. I talked to a U.S. Marshal yesterday in the district in South Carolina. He is door dashing food and driving Ubers to pay his mortgage, to pay and feed his kids. I talked to a lady, single mother in Clio, South Carolina, last night. She receives food stamps. She's 100% disabled. She's unable to work. She relies on that assistance. And she is fearful about how she's going to feed her kids. She's traveling all the way into North Carolina to receive charitable contributions of food. That is the result of a Democrat shutdown. I talked to an elderly lady in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina yesterday. She has diabetes, she has shingles, she is unable to work, she is elderly. She needs that $88 to help bridge the gap at the end of the month so that she can eat. And she's fearful of what's going to happen next with this prolonged shutdown. For these people, these benefits are not a luxury, they're a lifeline. And it shouldn't take courage from them to band together and figure out how they're going to feed themselves. It should take leadership from the United States Senate to act and end this political charade. But that's what they want. They've told you from the beginning what this is all about. It's about leverage to them. It's not about the American people. It's not about the TSA agents who are still working, or the FBI or ICE officials. It's not about the military. It's not about the people in Clio, South Carolina, who rely on those SNAP benefits. It's about political leverage for them. And that political nihilism is malpractice for the American people. So these are the voices of South Carolinians, but they really echo, I think, what we all hear in our districts from the people that we represent. Right now, millions of Americans are all struggling because of this Democrat shutdown. And so to answer the question, I think, of what can be done, well, it's quite simple. The Democrats in the Senate need to do their job on behalf of the American people. House Republicans have already passed this. We will continue to put pressure on Senate Democrats to act, because at the end of the day, we care about the American people. We care about their struggles. We are not interested in funding illegal immigrant health care. We're interested in making sure that our troops get paid. So today, I echo what the Speaker has said for 36 days, and my colleagues. It's time to reopen the government and end the political gamesmanship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Russell. And last night we saw the Democrat Party usher in their new leader. We've been talking about this for weeks, but it was made official. When the city of New York elected Zoran Mandami, he became the new leader of the Democrat Party. And while the Democrat Party had no problem making the shift to socialism, which they embraced wholeheartedly, led by Hakeem Jeffries and others here, America, mainstream Americans, blue dog Democrats across America have not embraced socialism. America is not a socialist nation. You know, when the Speaker mentioned that, is it any surprise that last night blue states voted blue? We're talking Virginia, New Jersey, New York. By the way, none of those were swing states. You had 7 swing states in the election a year ago today. And by the way, we celebrate that a year ago today, Donald Trump was elected president of the United States. And when he ran on very specific things, not socialism. 7 out of 7 swing states rejected that form of socialism that has now taken over the Democrat Party. What President Trump and House Republicans ran on was delivering results for American families. We said we would secure the border, and we actually delivered on that in record time. We said we would prevent a tax increase on anybody. Every American, no matter what income level you were at, you were facing a tax increase, in many cases a 30% or larger tax increase. We said we wouldn't do it. The Democrats bragged that they were going to raise your taxes. And the American people decided that, not New York City. The American people a year ago decided they didn't want a tax increase, and we followed through on that by preventing the largest tax increase on American families. Also by delivering no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. For seniors, 85% of whom will not have to pay taxes on their Social Security income when you factor in the deduction. We delivered on that. Every Democrat, by the way, voted no, because Democrats don't want hardworking Americans to keep more of their money. They want socialism. And let's think about those hollow promises that Zoran Mandami talked about last night. Can anybody wait to see what those free buses are going to look like? I'm sure they're going to be incredibly safe and clean when you ride the free buses. Can anybody wait to see what those government-run grocery stores are going to look like? Shelves unstocked, expired food. I'm sure the friendliness of those employees that are government employees at those grocery stores. That's what socialism does. Socialism always overpromises and underdelivers. But should we be surprised? That's what Democrats up here in Washington have been doing for years. Does anybody remember the Inflation Reduction Act? Yes, that was a Democrat-created product that ushered in record levels of inflation. Where was the inflation reduction? They have no problem lying to the American people. Does anybody remember, by the way, the Affordable Care Act? Yes, that was Democrats only creating current health care law. The law of the land in health care today is Democrat-only created Affordable Care Act. That's anything but affordable. All we've seen is 80% increases in costs for families, record profits for insurance companies, but 80% increases on families. Democrats have never had a problem lying to the American people, overpromising to the American people, and never delivering the goods. And you contrast that with Republicans. Again, a year ago today, we ran on very specific things, and we've already, working with Donald Trump, ushered in a new level of American greatness. And it's not just here in America. We're finally starting to see that leadership around the world that we've been so desperately lacking when President Trump starts getting peace agreements in Middle Eastern countries, in other places. It's about delivering on promises for the American people. And all we're seeing during this shutdown is Democrats scared to death of the Mandami wing of the party. They've said it. Some of them said it out loud. But they have exercised it in their votes. They voted time and time again to keep the government shut down, knowing they're inflicting suffering and pain on the American people, admitting that they're using that suffering to try to get leverage. They still can't tell you what the leverage is for. Leverage for what? To go boast to the socialist Mandami wing of their party that they're fighting Donald Trump, who was elected not by the people of New York or New Jersey or Virginia, but by a majority of Americans, 77 million Americans, 7 out of 7 swing states, running on very specific things that that president, Donald Trump, and this Republican majority have continued to deliver on. We're going to keep delivering wins for the American people, and Democrats will continue to give the hollow promises of socialism that come along with the failures of socialism that it truly delivers for people. And yeah, people in New York, when they realize how bad socialism is, they can just leave like they've been doing for years. They can move to states like Florida, to Texas. They can even come to Louisiana. But if they ruin America, if they're able to take hold with socialism in America, where else are people going to go? There is no plan B to this great United States of America, and we're not going to let socialism take over in this great country. With that, I bring up our whip, Tom Emmer.
Democrats have officially set the record for the longest shutdown, government shutdown in U.S. history. And each day that their needless shutdown drags on, the consequences get more and more severe. Yesterday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said they might be forced to close certain parts of the airspace if the Democrat government shutdown continues into next week. Remember when one Democrat aide remarked that the party will not concede short of planes falling out of the sky? They weren't kidding. They are prepared to prolong the pain that they've inflicted on the American people because, as Chuck Schumer said, every day the government is shut down gets better for us. And as Catherine Clark and Chris Coons said, government shutdowns are one of the few leverage times they have. But while the Democrats have been busy playing politics with people's lives, President Trump has been hard at work delivering on the mandate 77 million Americans gave him 1 year ago today. In just 10 months, President Trump has delivered the largest middle tax cut in history. He brought illegal border crossings down to record lows after 4 years of the Biden border crisis. He ended 8 wars and made America respected again on the world stage. And he's just getting started. While President Trump has been hard at work delivering on the American First agenda for 77 million Americans, that's what they voted for, the Democrats have been hard at work obstructing that agenda and consequently the will of the people at every turn. The Democrat Party of today is not your grandfather's Democrat Party. Nothing proves it more than last night's election results. From a communist mayor in New York City to a Virginia attorney general who said he wanted to murder his political opponent, pro-terrorist Marxist radicals are now the left's mainstream. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. That is a direct quote from Kami Mamdani. And it should terrify every single freedom-loving American. This is the land of insanity Chuck Schumer and company have enabled with their party's political games, and now they must own the consequences. And with that, our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Well, good morning on this nice, bright, sunshiny day. Let's begin with this. Today marks 1 year since President Trump won the 2024 election. And since that day, Republicans secured our border, unleashed American energy, and delivered the largest tax cut for working families in history. Promises made, promises kept. Yep, there's a lot more to come, folks. But Democrats, in that 1 year, they have done nothing but obstruct, delay, and deny. They've obstructed the American people's agenda, delayed millions of flights, and denied SNAP benefits for the hungry. And for what? Ask yourself, for what are the Democrats fighting for? Well, they're fighting for $1.5 trillion in new debt to fund health care for illegals and continue the wasteful spending. I mean, Democrats, you need to say that loud and say it proud, because as Republicans, we're going to make you own those votes. There's no turning back. Democrats want $1.5 trillion of wasteful spending and health care for illegals that you all are going to pay for. Over the past year, Democrats have wandered around with no plan, no vision, and no leader. But today, they finally found their leader. the radical communist mayor of New York City, a self-proclaimed communist who wants Americans to pay for global health care. Well, you wanted it, you got it. A communist who wants the government to own grocery stores. And a communist who wants the government to tell you what to do with your hard-earned money. Because you see, the Democrats don't think you are good stewards of their money. The Democrats think the government can be much smarter with what to do with your hard-earned tax dollars. Versus the Republicans, we actually believe in people. We believe you can make good choices. We don't believe you need the government to tell you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. We actually have a little faith in you. So does this sound familiar? Sounds almost identical to what the Democrats are leveraging the pain for the Democratic shutdown for. But let's be clear. Bowing down to the communists and socialists who control the Democratic Party, it has consequences. Whether you're one of the 3.2 million travelers stranded or canceled with flights, or the consequence of a family on food assistance wondering how they're going to get by. That's some of the consequences that the Democrats are okay using you to leverage for. Or a federal law enforcement officer going without pay while protecting our communities. But that's okay, because the Democrats think all law enforcement agents should probably just be defunded anyway, except when there's a problem in Detroit. And then all of a sudden, we're very thankful that the FBI and law enforcement came in to protect us. Bowing down to the radical demands of radical socialists is causing real Americans to suffer. Consequences for the safety of Americans, consequences for our economy, and consequences for your hard-earned money. And consequences gravely for our country. So Democrats, it is time to stop ignoring the consequences. It's time to stop bowing down. It's time to reopen the government, end the demands, end the shutdown, and let's get back to putting hard-working Americans first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Yes, go ahead. I've called on somebody else. Go ahead. Thank you. We're having a press conference. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. And you should respect free speech. What's the question? What's the question? What's the question? I can't hear you because we have someone who doesn't respect the rights of their colleagues over here. I'd love to talk with you. Wait. I'd love to talk with you. Come to my office, okay?
You have an obligation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about it. I've been doing that. We did that before the shutdown began. We went to the White House. We went and sat in front of the Resolute desk. We brought Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer in, and we had a discussion. The president said, please don't shut the government down. It would cause all this pain to the American people. This has never happened before. It's a clean, nonpartisan CR that every Democrat, including you, voted no on September 19th. You voted to shut down the government. You voted to stop SNAP benefits. You voted to not pay the troops, not pay TSA, Border Patrol. You may regret it now, but that's your vote, and it's on the record. So the president had us in, and they didn't want to have a dialogue or debate. They thumbed their nose in it, at him, and he had to do it. Appreciate it. Thanks for your input. Somebody give me a question that's real. Well, he and I talked about it early this morning. We woke up very early, and we talked about the outcome, and I reminded him that, as we know from history, those of us who watch these things very closely and always do, that an off-year election is not indicative of what happens next. I mean, look at Virginia, for example. Glenn Youngkin won his race for governor, and then the Democrats, the opposing party, did very well in the upcoming midterm election. These off-year elections are about different things, different dynamics. In Northern Virginia, there are a lot of federal employees. They're probably pretty upset. And they should blame the Democrats for that because, as we noted today, 15 different times Republicans in Congress, Senate, and House voted to open the government. And the Democrats, like our colleague who just tried to interrupt us here, voted to close it down. So it's very clear who's responsible for this. And I think that when we go into next year in the midterms, we're very bullish about the outcome. We have an extraordinary record to run on. You mentioned, Leader Scalise mentioned sort of what we call the split screen here. And I'll remind you all again, under President Trump and Republicans, we have had an extraordinary run. The first 10 months of this, 9 months, the 10th month has been shut down because of the Democrats. The first 9 months of this Congress and this administration, arguably the most productive of all time. We cut taxes, cut regulations, cut waste, fraud, and abuse in government. We solved the border crisis, which was the #1 issue on the ballot last fall. We're solving the crime crisis around the country. We got American energy dominance revved and going again. We have new trade agreements that are more favorable to Americans, which will ultimately bring down costs. We have put real reforms into the Medicaid program to strengthen it, because we've got people who are ineligible recipients, like illegal aliens and young able-bodied men without dependents, off the program, so that the disabled, the elderly, and young pregnant women can have the resources they need. The president is literally solving wars around the globe. I think we're up to 9. All of that is on one side of the screen. What are the Democrats on the other side of the screen? A government shutdown. What did they accomplish in 9 months? Interruptions. They've assaulted ICE officers. They have spurred on political violence, and they closed down the government, which is their most basic duty and responsibility. I think the American people are smart. I think they will understand this, and I think the midterm is going to be a great one for us. We had a demographic shift in 2024. We have a very favorable election map on the Republican side, and it will be even more favorable once all the redistricting stuff is settled out. We have Democrats who are flailing. They have no leader. Their national leader now, as we've noted, is Mondami. He's a communist. Good luck with that. I don't think the loss last night was any reflection about Republicans at all. I think people are frustrated and angry, as we are. I am. The president is. And we express that different ways. But look, we look forward. We're looking forward to a great election running on our record. And we're going to get all of our incumbents reelected, and we're going to add to the number here. So that's the answer. Yes. No, look, the question is, President Trump wasn't on the ballot. He's right about that. He and I spoke about that again. But I told him this morning what we've talked about many times and what I've said here before. The president is on the ballot in 2026. President Trump is on the ballot next fall. Because if we lose the majority, if the Republicans, the common sense people here who are doing the job for the American people, if we lose the majority in the House and this radical element of the Democrat Party were able to take over, we've already seen that movie. They will try to end the Trump administration. He won't have 4 years, he'll have only 2, because they will move to impeach him probably on the first day of the new Congress in January 2027, and they will try to systematically unwind all the important reforms that we've done for the American people, to lower costs, to have a better quality of living, on health care, to increase access and quality of care. We are the party that is doing that, and the president needs 4 years to complete his agenda, not just 2. So he is in a very real sense on the ballot. He's fiercely committed to us winning. He is going to help. He's offered to do rallies and the town halls and all the things. He's sent out a huge round of endorsements of incumbents, Republican incumbents, just over the last few days. He is very much engaged, very dialed in, and he understands the stakes. President Trump is on the ballot in 2026, and we're looking forward to that contest. Yes, sir. Well, the economy and healthcare are 2 of the primary issues in the country, clearly, and that's why we are delighted to run on our record. We are addressing that. We are delivering for the people. We are fulfilling our promises. President Trump got more votes, by the way, in Virginia and New Jersey than either of the 2 governor candidates, the Democrats there. And one of the things that we ran on was improving these. We passed the American Families Tax Cut, the big, beautiful bill, and got it signed into law on July 4th. Many of those provisions will be coming into play now. It was filled with pro-growth policies. The people standing behind me all worked individually and collectively very hard on that legislation. And the American people are going to feel the positive effects of that before they vote next fall. We did it early enough so that the economic effects could be felt. And you're going to see costs go down and quality of life improve. Our policies lead to that. Socialism does not. Socialism does not lower costs. It doesn't lead to lower costs. It leads to human misery. It leads to the decay of society. It has happened everywhere. When the socialists, Mondami, and the Democrats here, Leader Jeffries apparently is a socialist now. He endorsed Mondami. He owns the results there. But when they come out and they go out into their districts next year, and they try to tell people that socialism is the way of the future, anyone who studies history will tell them the opposite. The AOC and Bernie and Mondami and Jeffries, they don't tell people that when government takes control of everything, you have to give up your freedom, your liberty, your opportunity, your security are yielded to the government, and that the government controls everything. You don't have choices anymore. You don't have incentive. You don't have human dignity, because we represent and we respect the individual inherent value of every single person. We don't judge anybody by the color of their skin or what zip code they live in or whatever. We are all Americans. The socialists and the Marxists divide us into camps, and they value you not as an individual, but on the merits of the group that you are collected into. And they will take away everything from you as they promise to give you everything. It's a lie. It has led to the murder of tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone. That is not who we are in America. And we are proud to go out and run on our record and on those truths of the founding principles of the country, because that's what's going to save us. Olivia. I don't have anything to do with redistricting. The Speaker of the House, people think, are in charge of everything. This is a state-by-state battle. We do believe at the end of the day that we will net more seats for the Republican Party than the Democrat Party. I mean, everybody, that's the analysis. I'll make a comment about the tragedy in California last night. What California did is very, very different, as you all know, by comparison to what a state like Texas did. Texas was following the federal and state constitution, following their state law in redistricting. California was not. They had to trample over their own state law, over their own independent redistricting commission that they had all put into place. It was a desperation, a sign of desperation on the Democrat Party. It was a game to try to rig the election, as if you could gerrymander California anymore. They managed to do it. I mean, there's like 53 representatives from California. We had 9. They want us to have 3. I mean, it's just a blatant example of Gavin Newsom's immoral leadership and the fact that they will do anything to try to rig the system to win. They know that they cannot win on their policies. They know that they don't have a national leader other than the Marxists now to try to set the tone and guide the course. And so they're going to try to rig the game. We're going to win that anyway. We're bullish. We're gonna fight like warrior poets in California, and we're gonna make sure that our Republicans get reelected. And we're gonna do that all around the country, and we're gonna continue to move forward, pursuing the America First agenda, delivering on our promises, and making this country great again. That's what we're committed to, and we'll continue to do it. Thank you.
Man, good morning. I'm glad that there is an active conversation going on the chat. I will be trying to get my camera up and running. It's been kind of messing up on me here. So give me a moment, and you guys can go ahead and ask any questions that you may want. We're going to listen to a speech from President Trump here very shortly. But I want to hear, why do you think that these guys are lying? I really want to know. I really want to know why you think that these people are lying. Let me leave this here for you guys so that you can get that message. While I get my camera fixed up. Okay, so some people, they come in here and they say, okay, liars. I want to know why. Why are they liars? That's what I want to know. Why are they liars? I'm being honest. What makes them liars? I put on the chat on there, I don't we can listen to both sides of the aisle. We can try to figure out what we can do to help this country. We can try to figure out how we're going to go about fixing this country. And all you guys can do is say liars. That doesn't help. Help me help you. What do we have to do in order to be able to work together? That's where I'm at. So that's what I want to know. What do we have to do to be able to work together? Now, a lot of people, I'm not from Mexico. A lot of people say they believe in democracy. Okay. Bob breaks it. That's what it feels like they want. That's what they feel like they want. Now, you guys, especially Güero, listen before you start saying stupid shit. A lot of people say they want democracy. Okay. This is not a democracy country or republic. This is a constitutional republic. Okay. But, okay, you want democracy. We use democracy to elect President Trump in office. Let us have our 4 years, man. Respect democracy. Stop trying to destroy democracy. This is what you guys fight for. And hey, we are with you. All we ask is this. Make things legit. That's all we ask. Make things legit. If you're gonna support democracy, let's support democracy, but do it the right way. If we win, you accept it. You win, okay, we accept it. I accept Mandani. Why? Because it is very obvious that he's going to win. Number one, Sliwa, he didn't have any support in the blue state, okay? 7% is nothing, right? Thank you, Jay. 7% is nothing, okay? Now, you have two Democratic candidates. What the hell you think is going to happen? Of course, Democrats are going to win, and that's okay. I mean, I'm feeling very, very iffy with Mandani, but there's a reason why he wins, and I think that, the utopia that he's portraying, it sounds fantastic. I want that. I want to be able to say this is the way to do it. But because I have seen history, I have seen my Latino countries going down the drain when they had such a good, positive developing in their country. Honduras was about 75 cents to $1 in the 80s. We were one of the best economically standing countries in Central America. And what happens? They started doing socialism. Well, here we are today. Now we're paying $26 for every dollar. Imagine that. The value was 75 cents per dollar. Now we're paying 26 to 1. Imagine that. So we are here in America. I became an American citizen. I made an oath. I will use the knowledge that I have acquired to be able to protect and defend this country, because this country, it's still the most powerful country in the world. Our enemies want us to fight. They want us to destroy each other from within. You know why? Because they can fight us like real men. They can fight us. They can beat us. And that's a fact. So the best way to beat a very strong nation is to infiltrate the government, is to bring the whole human rights bullcrap that they don't even believe in. You got Muslims that are leaving their Muslim countries because their countries are shitholes. They are not happy there, or they love misery so much that they move around the world like locusts, destroying every single thing that they see. All resources destroyed. All resources depleted. And they don't care. These people are used to living in shitholes, and they come into this country, and guess what they want? They want something that they are comfortable with. That's exactly what they're doing. They're taking advantage of the gullible Americans and a lot of the mental health that we have in this country. We already know that a lot of agencies and all these people that hate us have been doing a lot of bad stuff to our food. We've been having this. We ask the government to give us some answers. Why is there so many autism children being born? They go and find out of research, and the first thing you said, lies, lies, lies. That's all you guys know how to freaking say. Then what's the point on telling you the truth if you're just going to call everybody a liar? They cannot fix their country, so they come here and try to destroy ours. You know, I know that it sounds hateful for me to say Muslims things, but let's be honest. I am okay with anybody practicing whatever religion they want. I believe in the freedom of religion. But what I don't believe is a religion that was made by a government to govern the people. They copy some text from the Bible because they saw that it works to make changes in one's life. Everybody, even atheists, want to believe that there is a higher power above us. So every country, England, Spain, they grabbed the Bible and they came and they raped and they stole and they did a bunch of things throughout the world in the name of a God that they didn't believe in. I don't believe in religion, but I respect people's religion. It is their right. It is part of our Constitution. It is in our Bill of Rights to be able to respect other humans. We want everything to be put together for the better of all humankind. But we cannot do this. We cannot do this if we keep fighting each other. Let me tell you, why are we fighting for somebody else's, some foreigners' beliefs? This country, whether people like it or not, was founded under God, was fought under God. A civil war, prayers, believing in God. Were they perfect? No, nobody is, nobody ever will. But they fought, they stood for something. And that has to count for something. That's what I believe. You guys want to be sympathizers? I get it. You know, I get it. My hat's off to you. I understand the reason that is. Weddle says, read your Bible, Dennis. Muslims come from God. No, they don't. They do in a way. Muslims are sons of Abraham. I get that. But the religion, the Islam religion, was not founded from the birth of Ishmael. Their descendants, the ones that made a government, from that lineage, they, 600 years after Christ, created the Muslim religion. And it wasn't because Muhammad is fake. Muhammad is a pedophile. If you guys want to hate Trump because you think he's a pedophile, number one, you're raising false testimony against Trump. If you say that I'm raising false testimony against Muhammad, prove it. He's the one that married a 9-year-old girl. Go ahead and go with that. Islam is not the oldest religion. Absolutely not, Joseph. You are completely wrong. Thank you, Lori. I thought you were a member already, Lori. I didn't even realize, but welcome, sis. I appreciate you. I don't want you to grow hate in your heart about Muslims. No, hey, Buddhist, any other religion, guys, it's okay. They can practice that. What I am against of is nowadays indoctrinating us to a faith, a religion that believes that death is a great thing. It's not a great thing. Death is not a great thing. See, Christians, we believe in celebrating life. We don't celebrate death. That's not what we want. We want everybody to live happy, of course. We want everybody to be wealthy, of course, sure. This is why we're a capitalist country. This is why everybody can pursue any dream that they want to pursue. Yeah, we got sinful nature. Let's see. Cuna says, yes, you call Trump a con man because that's what the ladies on The View said. Try having an original thought. I didn't say, oh, maybe somebody else did. Cuna may throw me off, bro. Dakota, it's what I do, baby. It's what I do. This is what I do for a living. Entertain and come and speak the truth as best as I can. He sends you to Hellstat. Who did? Here, number one, let me give you something. None of us Christians believe that we are guaranteed that we're going to heaven. Okay, well, everybody's guaranteed to go to heaven to be judged, but see, we have to live like today will be forever, but like tomorrow will never come. And that it means to love with all your heart, to truly love, to truly see people the way they're supposed to be seen. And I think that people don't know what that means, because when I talk about illegal immigration, they don't understand what that means. They think that I'm just this hateful immigrant, Latino, that came here, got the privilege to get an American passport and become a citizen of the United States of America. They think I'm a hateful person because I got this, I got that. No, it is called a privilege. You have to earn it. It's not just a human right, as a lot of people, it's not a human right. That's not a human right. It is a privilege given to people who are worthy of becoming said citizen or resident. That's what that means. If people don't understand what that means, I understand that. But you got to be honest with yourself, and you got to question the things that you have, that you have in front of you. You can't just listen to what somebody says. Go and see what's actually happening. Everybody voted, well, not everybody. Mandani won by 400,000 votes, okay? And that is because there's a lot of ignorance in the youth. A lot of 18-year-olds voted for Mandani because he's cute. That is the reason. He's cute. The guy has no plan to do everything that he says that he's going to do. He has no plan. His only plan is, we're going to tax the rich. That's his plan. That's not a plan. So what is he going to do to help the rich continue to stay rich? He doesn't want that, by the way. But what is he going to do for that wealth to continue flowing down to all this free stuff? I want Dakota Wood, go ahead and tell me, how is Mandani going to recreate the wealth that he's going to steal from the rich? Go on. This is your moment to shine, my friend. This is your moment to shine. Unbelievable. You don't have an answer, huh? No, you don't have an answer. You have hate in your heart, and you want to say lies, and you want to call names and everything, but you have no substance. You have no substance. Zach says, Sean, and Christians have never preached with the sword. Zach, we feed the people, we deport. What's funny is this. When Obama deported over 3 million Hispanics, he put children in cages, literally in cages, and deported my people. You guys praised them. President Trump has given an option of deportation. First term, he learned his lesson. He said, you know what? We're going to do something. We are going to allow people to self-deport. But we're going to help them. We're going to get a plane ticket for them to go back to their country. And when they get there, they'll get $1,000. This is what we're going to do to help them, to help them get started. If they don't do that, then we're going to have to send ICE agents to their door, to their home, to their business, when they're shopping, wherever they go. We're going to keep an eye on them, and they're going to get deported. You know, people like to play on your emotions. You guys don't understand what that means. But they will tell you stories. Like the story of this illegal immigrant that got deported. After 4 years that her daughter was in the hospital being treated for cancer, finally the dad gets arrested by ICE and gets deported. Of course, the story goes out there, and what is the main point of this story? Emotional damage. That's what they like to do, emotional damage. I think it's ridiculous that good morning, Berniel, how are you, brother? I think it's ridiculous. I'm having problems with my camera, sorry about that. I'll probably stop this live here pretty soon and restart everything. Let me see if I can maybe get a different camera here, so you guys can know who I am if you haven't seen me yet. Let me see. It is unbelievable, really, what I'm seeing today. I never thought I'd see the light of day where Americans hate their own country. It is I really am. I'm short of words. I am very short of words. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Man, I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties this morning, man. I should have restarted my computer a long time ago. Give me a second, guys. I apologize. All right, we'll use this one. We'll have to do with that. All right, I'm almost done. Sorry about that. Okay, so I lost half of the audience on that. So I really want to know, like, okay, here is your chance. It's okay, Laurie. Let them. That's what they do. They spread lies, and that is exactly what we're fighting against. We're fighting against people that are lying about us. Believe me, if they lie about our president, they lie about our president all the time. They make accusations. They make false testimony. They don't know that they're going to get punished for that. By God, they will be punished. You guys will reap the misery that you are craving so bad, and you're sowing into your own heart. I really don't know how to really let you know that I love you. It's so hard for people to say that. But it's easy for me to say it because God loved me when I didn't deserve to be loved. And if I'm going to preach something, that's what I'm going to preach. Now, don't call me a Christian because you guys don't know what a Christian is. You guys think that a Christian is just going to go, Ave Maria. That's not a Christian. That's a devoted person they're practicing a religion. And that's okay. They can do that. I don't do that. I'm a very straightforward kind of guy. I like to tell you the truth right there, the way it is. What is crazy is that I have seen people, like I'm next to somebody, and we saw the same thing together, and they swear it didn't happen. Unbelievable. Like, we have mental issues, a lot of health, mental problems in this country. We really do. I'm going to tell you, I am really not even sure if we can fix Biden's mistake. I'm not really sure if we can fix the mistake that all those people that fought for open borders have created for America. I don't know. I think it's just a matter of time before we break down and get destroyed. See, unit, yes, they do. They do get money and assistance here. And what's funny is the government here in Washington State, they blame Trump when they get caught with their pants down. Every single thing that they lied to us about, and people wonder why I talk the way I talk. I see it, bruh. I see it. It is dark, man. It's heavy on my chest sometimes to know the stuff that they're doing, and people just keep supporting them. They're not fighting for Americans. They're not fighting for Americans. Listen, by now, your American voices are being drowned out. Over 50 million illegal immigrants now. Imagine that. That's nothing. That is nothing. Just imagine how many. There's over 1 billion people in China. There's over 1 billion people in India. How many of those people do you think hate the United States of America's success and are envious of how great this country is and hate America because we have the freedom of religion and they want one religion, theirs? How many people out there do you think hate the United States of America? Come on. Go ahead, pick a number. Put a number on the chat. How many people out there do you think hate the United States of America? Now, with that being said, that question being put in there, I want you to think about this. You have to make your own conclusion. Don't listen to me. Make your own conclusion, right? I'm just having a conversation. How easy is it to infiltrate the internet? How easy is it to smear somebody's reputation down? Literally, billions hate the United States of America. And they all want us to fail. A lot of them are here. A lot of them are here. And it's not just the 50 million illegal. It is legal migrants that hate this country. It's not about Trump. Forget about Trump right now. Think about your country. Well, if you're illegal, that makes sense. But think about your country. I wish that you guys can see what I see. I try to explain it every day. I try. You know, I don't care if a Democrat or a Republican is in office. I don't care. I don't care the party affiliation. And I know some people don't want to hear that, you know, don't say Democrat, don't say Republican. Well, how else am I to call it like what I see? Ted Garcia says, you already failed wearing the Pose hat, loser. Thank you, Ted. My point proven every single day that I come on live. All these illegal immigrants that come in here, all these illegal migrants that hate the United States, and the stupid people that play on emotions come in here and start insulting me and the people in my chat. I'm gonna tell you something. Our skin is thicker than that, and we are very slippery. A lot of oil on my skin. So I want you to go ahead and give me Ted. Okay, Ted, give me a call, bro. Call me and tell me what is truth. Go on and call me. Here you go. I'm going to give you a chance. If you are in this country, it should be easy for you to call me. Okay? Give me a call, and I want you to tell me what about my propaganda is fake? What am I lying about? There's a phone number. There you go. Let's see. You obviously watch ABC. Okay, you know what? Let's go take a look. Let me see what I got here. Let me look up. Oh, okay. Here's a good picture you might enjoy. Not that. Maybe this is what the United States of America needs right here. Now, just so you know, the Sharia law punishes adultery, fornication, which is everything you guys love to do. Okay? That stick right there that he has, that doesn't break. And after so many whips, people can die. That woman right there, if she cheated, if she committed adultery, if she fornicated, that's her punishment. That stick right there, and it's in public. This is what you want for America. Okay, all right, hey, you know what? I know that a lot of us that are Christian, even though we're still going to have to fight these guys eventually, we try to follow the law. We try to be respectful. We try to be faithful. We try to do all the things that we feel are good morally. That's your punishment. If you don't believe in them, if you are fornicate, if you commit adultery, that is your punishment right there. Imagine being dumb enough to call people a maggot, but not being smart enough to love your country. That's absolutely 100%. You're right, see? The left went so far left that even Elon Musk won't claim them. That's bad. That's bad. I like Elon Musk, but not that much. Dakota, I thought you were leaving. I got so happy. Now I'm sad again. Dakota is full of nothing. He doesn't have anything, a structure, nothing that can help me. I need people to help me understand what's going on. Let's see, Dakota, here we go. Let's get Dakota a comment here. Let's see. But when someone tells me I'm going to be punished by some make-believe power or some make-believe person, I'm going to do something. I just have to roll my eyes and walk away. Go ahead and walk away from that picture right there. Go ahead. Walk away from that picture. Now, people on the street say what? ICE, remove your masking. Go ahead. Remove the mask. ICE has to remove their mask. Right? I'm giving you examples. Her husband complains about ICE wearing masks. And that's true. And go back to this guy. There's more. There's more. Some people say ban Islam. I don't like to hear some people's comments because they're kind of hateful. But here's one. Islam is not a religion of peace. It's a political theory of conquest that seeks domination by any means they can. Avan Hirsi Ali. Just so you know that it's not me making it up. Now, when I tell you that the government created Muslims, Islam, so they can control their people, there is no other way. There's no other way that they can control people. Here in America, it's very unfortunate that people don't realize how beautiful it is to have freedoms. Pat Jager, good morning, man. I see you, brother. I see you. John Applegate says working for McDonald's should be a sin. Sometimes. Sometimes. Jim, good for you, my friend. You keep supporting blue. How about you support your country instead of the party? Man, people just don't learn. They're so full of hate for one man, and they don't care how many Americans suffer. You know, the hippies are winning today. You know, just have sex with anybody and fornicate and commit adultery. I'm going to tell you something right now. I think that the Muslims are a cleansing religion. You know, maybe we should give in to that. I'm going to keep my belief in God. I'll keep my faith in Jesus Christ. But let's give Muslims a try, guys. Let's give them a try. I really like this picture right here. I think this picture right here is phenomenal. You have not seen public weapons in the Philippines. You have not seen how horrible this thing is. And the people, let me tell you something. The people don't feel bad for them. They celebrate it. They celebrate the torture. They celebrate the punishment. You know, you should be like, you should feel bad, even if they're guilty. You should still feel bad to see a human being being beaten by this whip that it literally cuts through your skin and can literally kill you. And that's what you guys want to support. You hate Christians that want to bring peace into your country, that tell you to respect the laws. There is a reason why we have to control migrants, migration. It is to protect the nation that we are in. We don't have the resources to be poor. You guys don't, people don't understand, man. People don't understand. You know, socialists, this is why they always fail, guys. They always fail. They think that the great wealth that is there, they think it just reappears by itself. But it doesn't. Let me tell you, I can make it just live paycheck to paycheck. I can make just enough money to feed my family, to work together. We have just enough money to survive here. What do you think is going to happen if I get 10 people to move into my house and none of them work? We are all going to go hungry. We're not going to be able to pay all the bills. It's too many mouths to feed. Now, I'm working my ass off to try to do something of myself, but it's overwhelming. We need some crowd control, so to speak. So if you get married and you have a child and you're having a hard time, don't make another one. Don't get a dog. Don't get a cat. Don't get pets. If you're already struggling financially, man, stop having sex. Women, you guys are precious. You are not men. You're not just some piece of meat. There's wear and tear. You see, women, you got to take care of yourself more than men. Men don't have no wear and tear. That's just the way nature made us, right? That's the way that God created us. So I care for everybody. But sometimes you cannot tell somebody when the boat is full in the middle of the ocean. You can't tell people to just keep climbing on the boat when there is no room. It's going to sink. And everybody is going to drown. What can I do if I jump up in the ocean to save somebody's life and they actually drown themselves and me because they fight me when I'm trying to save them? It's like you have to knock them out first and then bring them out. Simple examples, guys. I don't care about Democrat, Republican. Very simple example. Be American. Like, look at Donald Glover. He cares about Palestinians like we're Palestinians. And he cares about gays only like we're all gay. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Black Lives Matter, racist. They don't care about black lives. It's an organization, NGO, an organization that was created to create wealth for the creators of this organization. Where is your socialism in that? Where is your outcry for justice for that? Letitia James, from day one, I'm going to go to work every single day and I'm going to sue President Trump every single day. And guess what? Now it's her turn. And what does she say? Oh, that's right. She plays to the emotions of the people. Look, it's a white man. He's racist. I am black. I'm a victim. And all the people that she has behind them are benefiting from that money. And they are convincing the rest of the ignorant black people that they're supporting a good cause. Tyrone, I don't know what the hell you think I'm grifting. That's my ex account. What do you mean grifting? Here, give me a call, Tyrone. Give me a call. Change my mind. Give me a call. Don't just make stupid comments. Give me a call and tell me why. Go on now. And people think I'm over here playing. Welcome to my channel. Call that number and tell me, Tyrone, you're sitting here grifting on the internet off the back of politics. Go on and tell me. Call me. I want everybody to hear your opinion on how I'm grifting. There's a phone right here. Go ahead. Hey, Song Jones. Man, I had no clue that was even a thing. What did man say? At C-Unit, there was a NASCAR race a few years ago. Most of the attendees were chanting F Joe Biden, and the live reported on the scene reported that they were chanting Let's Go Brandon. Now, 100%, I remember that, dude. The legacy media has been lying to us forever, bro. You call Democrats socialists. Bro, if you support a socialist, you're a socialist. Mandani came out, at least he's being honest. He says, I'm a democratic socialist. He got the support from AOC, which makes her a socialist. He got the support from Bernie, which makes him a socialist. Oh, we already know Bernie was a socialist anyway, right? It's not just playing politics, my friend. It's not. There's some Republicans that I don't like either because they're shady. I don't trust them. But you know what? The majority are working to make this country great. A lot of people, not just you, see, we all miss some things sometimes. See, Donald Glover knows exactly what it is. Communism will win. Yeah. Over our dead bodies, so to speak. Yeah. This is why our forefathers gave us our Second Amendment rights and that nobody can take them away, even though a lot of people on the left side have been trying to take them away from us so that they can do what? Number one, let me tell you the first test, COVID-19, shut down the government. They blame Trump for that as well. Now, he may have said, okay, we're going to have to shut down. Why? Because everybody wants him to shut down. He did the thing by the people, by Congress, by Dr. Fauci. But by the way, I want to see his ass in jail. He has been lying to us too much. So I'm still waiting for the call, bro. Come on, Tyrone. You came in here and dropped some accusations. You better back him up. What's that? You forgot my number? Oh, don't worry about it. Here you go. Bam. Go on and give me a call. Give me a call and tell me why I'm playing politics. I'm not playing politics. I'm talking to you as an American citizen that wants the best for this country. I don't give a shit about Democrats or Republicans. But right now, Republicans keep voting to open up the government. And the other side is voting no. Republicans are voting to get people paid. The other side is saying no. Who is playing politics? I'm not playing politics. We have 66 viewers. That is phenomenal. All right, man. Tyrone, you're full of shit, dude. You don't got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing. Elevation, man. Elevation Nation. What the hell kind of elevation nation is that? You elevate people by putting them down? You elevate people by what? By coming to tear somebody else's channel down? Is that how you elevate nation? Yeah, get the hell out of here, bro. If I have 5 people in here that are willing to communicate with me and talk about different subjects, I am going to be here. I got people that support me, whether you like it or not. Whether they can be on my channel or not is irrelevant. There's a lot of great channels out there. There's a lot of better channels out there. That's why I'm very appreciative of the people that actually make time to come and spend time with me for a little bit. Not everybody can watch me every day. I understand that. But I'm going to continue speaking the truth for as long as I can, because when they do have time, oh, somebody calling. Oh, shit. Call again. Then I missed that call. Go ahead, call again. I didn't see it. Go ahead, Dakota. Call in. I see you got the guts to call in finally. Tyrone, I'm not mad. I just can't believe how stupid you're being. Give me something. You say we keep lying, we keep playing politics. Give me something that you are doing. Go ahead. There it is right there. Go ahead, call. Brian, call my number, Brian. Let's see if I can get an actual opinion here from somebody. Thank you, Sean. Okay, well, come on, Tyrone. Let me see what my black brother actually thinks about about what's happened today in our country. Enlighten me of how you are going to help our country become better. Yeah, see, Union knows Tyrone. He knows what he's about. Go on, Dan. Come on, I'm waiting now. Now I'm waiting. I bet you were over. Your butt was doing this when you were calling. You're like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't answer. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Good job, bud. Have a good one. You keep lying to yourself. How convenient my battery is. It says Tyrone. Tyrone is black. Well, I don't know. I did meet an Asian Tyrone, but yeah, Tyrone is a black name, bro. Man. Nah, yeah, I don't think you're white. You are definitely not white. You're definitely not white. No, I don't think you're brown. You're black, bro. If you're not black, that's it. You're Asian. That's it. There is no white or brown on you. And if you are none of those, you're just a plain liar. Good morning, Dean. How are you? I hope that everybody that comes in here is 18 years or older, because we do have some foul language in this channel sometimes. It can get rough, my friends. It can get rough. Oh, my goodness. Trump is getting it, guys.
Check it on the referee, make sure he's okay.
Oh.
What? Wait a minute.
Oh, come on. Mike. Come on. Don't let him do that to you, Mike.
What's he going to do?
Oh, man.
Wade Barrett looking to pull
Get
it
him.
through the
Get
tail.
him.
Looking to drive the
Oh, wait a second.
Yep.
Ripley. Gallows into the post. Rhea Ripley's collecting. Luke Gallows. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The prodigal son. Look out.
Oh.
He didn't miss that. How fitting. A steal. Oh, Demon. Sweet chin music to the boss. And the battling boss of the WWE. Just got his pedigree checked. Check it on the referee, make sure he's okay.
Let's go. Oh, Mike.
What? Wait a minute.
Hey, he's missing the sombrero, guys. Where's the sombrero at? That's what he's missing. Let's see. Woody Harrelson destroys Donald Trump. Let's go.
And I don't know how much he's going to continue to foment hatred. We have a guy running this country who has unearthed a lot of bigotry and a lot of racism, and it seems to be more virulent than ever. So, yeah, it's strange how it seems like we're going backward. And yeah, I wish that there were a way to...
Okay, it's all good. I want you guys to watch this because when shit hits the fan, you guys knew what you were doing. Let's see, exclusive footage of the Gen Z lined up at the UC San Diego campus in California. Young people are excited about Prop 50 because young people don't know what the hell they're doing. That is the truth. The very sad truth is that we have a lot of mindless people that turn 18, and because they have the freedom to vote and the right to vote by being Americans, all these mindless new youngsters, they don't know shit about the world, and yet they are deciding their own fate, which is the way it's supposed to work, I guess. So we're not going to go against that. They need to learn their lesson. I hope my kids don't reproduce. I hope my kids don't reproduce. I think, as myself, how can you call it? I'm done with humanity. I'm done with humanity. It is just sometimes it feels like it's so useless to keep trying, right? I'm telling you, man, I need a lot of prayer. I need a lot of prayer. I have been trying to be positive. I've been trying to be supportive. I've been backstabbed, double-crossed time and time and time again. You know, people can judge me, saying that I'm not a Christian and all this and all that, but man, you get so many beatings. Eventually you start to just, start to give up on things. We're still going to run next year. We're still going to run. Zoran Mandani. Good luck, New York. I hope Zoran can actually do something for real. All right, let's see. What do we got? Home here. I know that I have, I put something. I want you to listen.
looga guulaysto annagoo dhan waa xanaaq.
Hold on, Ehon. Hold on. I want you guys to please tell me what country this is. Oh, never mind. It's US TV. It's in Somalia, guys. I grabbed the wrong video, I think. I got the wrong videos, but I want to see if I get at least one, just one of you in here to translate this for me, because in America we speak English, but I want you to translate this for me, okay? And tell me who's voting for these people. It's not the American people. Watch this, and this is why you have to control massive illegal invasions. Democrats have been chanting that they're going to give every single person citizenship to this country. Go ahead and translate to me what she says.
haddii number yar looga guulaysto annagoo dhan waa xanaaqaynaa because waa ognahay nambaradaasayta meeshay jiraan. marka waxaan u baahanahay haddii uu guulaysto iyo haddiisan uu guulaysaninbo habeenka talaadada in aan ku seexanno annagoo og wax kasto aan qaban karnay aan qabannay in walaalkeen cumar faatax uu noo noqdo meeyar. cumar faatax ha guulaysto.
Anybody, go ahead and tell me what you say. Go ahead. You all support legal immigration? You guys support migrants taking over your country? Go ahead and tell me what you say. What you say? I will try to take all these insults today and absorb them like a sponge. And I will try not to give you back what you deserve to hear. And insults-wise, the truth you still get to hear. but insults-wise. Yes, Gary, they won. Proposition 50 has passed. Well done, my friend. You guys are doing phenomenal in California. Now, this kind of breaks my heart, and this is what Democrats. I'm sorry, anybody that doesn't like me to say Democrats. Okay, this is what some people use to convince others that Trump is a very evil man, and I hate it when some people use our elders. They lie to them, and they don't understand. Here's a veteran. I want you to pay attention. This old veteran, he's emotional, he's crying, and I want you to look around him and listen. Everybody's laughing, they're having a good time. They don't give a shit about this old man's pain. Pay attention.
I'm not the only one. 20 years in the Navy. I never saw a CC today. I fought for freedom. For somebody like Trump to come and take it away.
Laughing? You hear the people laughing? This old man right here, nobody's giving him comfort. Nobody's supporting him. Everybody else is just laughing, going about their little political views. And this patriot right here is hurt. He hates Donald Trump because he sees the hate that these people portray and blame Trump on.
I'm not a good speaker. I fought for freedom. You see it taken away like this. Hopefully it won't be, but there's a chance. I just can't get over it. I'm not the only one who spent days, months, minutes fighting for what we believe in, to keep this country free and clear. To have somebody like Trump to come in and do what he's doing, and the support he's getting, I just can't get over it.
Now, do you think that this veteran went and fought 20 years? He fought as a veteran, or he served as a veteran. Do you think he went over there and fought and served for a couple of decades so that this country could be given away to illegal immigrants and Muslim extremists? Do you think anybody tells him that? No. They just tell him, hey, look what Trump is doing. Oh my God, he's beating up that woman. The one that rammed them with the car. The one that's spitting on people. The one that's hitting other people. Oh my God, look, ICE is taking that innocent man. A child rapist. Oh my God, they're arresting people at Home Depot. They're illegal. You don't know. Those people can be criminals. Christian Soto. That's for you. I don't know if I should be nice to people anymore. I don't know, guys. These guys are winning. They're starting to make me feel like I need to hate somebody. Father, thank you, Father, for this day. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for being my God. Thank you for your grace and for your mercy. Father God, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In you I put my trust. Father, forgive my sins and my trespasses, as I am to forgive those who trespass against me. Free me from temptation. Don't let me fall into temptation. Give me today that daily bread. Give me your word. I humble myself before you, Lord. Holy Spirit, you are welcome in my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for giving us the victory, my Lord. Please forgive me. Give me strength, Father. Give me wisdom. Don't let me lose hope. Let your will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Holy be your name. You are exalted. You are the only true God. You are merciful. And I thank you. Yours is the power. Yours is all the glory. Only you are holy, holy, holy. And I praise your name, Lord. Help me continue to be righteous and just before you. Don't let those lies creep into my heart. Help me to continue to push forward. And Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. All you demons that stand for lies and falsehoods and hate, I rebuke you all in the name of Jesus Christ. May this nation be a nation that worships God, the only true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The all merciful that gave us this country, who has made this country what it is today. Thank you, Lord, for everything that you're doing. Thank you for everything you've done and that you will continue to do in our lives. And I praise you in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son. Amen. Let's go. I'm good. I'm good. Let's do this. All right, let me see what I missed. What do we got? You are hopeless. Thank you, Archite. Rick, Jesus believes in laws and he follows everyone, says Rick. Josh, their kingdom come. Okay. Uptown is a hypocrite. Okay. Ted, stop your hypocrisy. Oh, these demons were crying when I was praying. Every Democratic president in history has given us deflation. Kind of. Every politician is going to have faults. Not everybody's going to come in to be a president and be perfect. Let's just make that clear, okay? Trump is not perfect, but he is fighting for us. He is trying, so I support him. That's why I support him. See, Eunice said he's praying for facts and logic to start having a place in the liberal mind. Yeah, hey, man, that's all we can do, brother. Thank you, see. Praying for deportations. Not literally, but yeah, sort of. We want people to go back to their country. We want this country to be protected. And in order for us to protect this country, we got to do what we got to do. We're not bombing them. We're not killing them. We're not decapitating them. We're not doing anything to harm them, but to send them back to where they came from. And that, my friends, is not an antichrist. That is being righteous and just and following the law and respecting the law. It is what Jesus has called us to do. So there you go. You guys have some answers. Man, I'm already rejuvenated already. Pat Jagger says amen. Thank you, Pat. All glory to God. Yes. Praying for logic while citing the Bible. The irony. Hughes, you will see the light eventually. Maybe. Hopefully. La elección de un musulmán en la alcaldía de Nueva York es un problema. Mire cómo los musulmanes tienen a Londres en Inglaterra. Hay que rezar mucho. Safar 33 says that the mayor of the Muslim mayor in New York is going to be a big problem. He said, look at what the Muslims have done in England, and Paris and in Europe. I mean, they're trying to do that all over. We got those big examples already. And she believes, or he believes, that we need to do a lot more prayer. And I agree. Torn says New York is done. I hope that we are wrong, Torn. I hope that maybe New York, maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need Mandani to learn something, right, about life. But what's true is people are going to suffer no matter what. You know, if you guys ever watch any of those videos, I don't think I have one. But if you guys watched any of the videos that the Mandani had made, right, and this socialist Democrats in New York, if you watch those videos, take a look at the people. Now I know they say don't judge a book by its cover, but take a look at these people and tell me that they have a job. Tell me they're not homeless. Tell me they're not into drugs. Tell me that they don't depend on food stamps. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I saw these people in there, and I'm like, these people are ghetto. Why are the ghetto people thinking that they have to be supported by the educated, by the hard workers? I know the mom and pops from migrants. There are those who fight very hard to be productive in society. But there is also a lot more that are the opposite. They destroyed our own self. And by that I mean we are old people. In the black communities, the black, bad ghetto black side are destroying the good side of the black communities. Black Lives Matter. They didn't do anything for black people except enrich themselves and their family in their organization that they created. Black Panthers were racist. Everybody likes to quote Martin Luther King. But Martin Luther King didn't just fight for equality. He also said that we need to learn to love those that we are fighting with, because once the fighting is over, we need to learn to live together. Now, that's my own words. I don't have the specific word for word what he said, but that's what I understood. And he's right. Yeah, of course, that's what I believe, that he was taken out. Some people say it was the FBI, maybe. You know, some people say it was white people. I think it was black people that killed them. They don't want to be equal. They want to be supremacist. And that's very sad. I stand with all people who stand for righteousness, who stand for justice, who love this country and respect the law. Very important. You got to respect the law. Respect the law in anything. Valley says, Dennis, don't let them win. This is just a test for your true strength and faith. Stay humble, spread the love and wisdom. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thank you, Valley. Gotta keep pushing. Gotta keep pushing, man. How do you find the sheep in wolves' clothing, Dennis? By their fruits you'll recognize them. Anybody that is in this country that does not respect the law is a wolf. The wolf likes to pretend to be a sheep, and they try to convince the sheep that he is a sheep. And yet, tell me that you're not a wolf without telling me that you are a wolf. Shutting down the government. Trump is not fighting for anyone. Yeah, well, you're fighting against us, and we stand for righteousness. We stand for the law. We stand for authority. We stand for respect and for honoring this country and the American people. Forget about Trump. You're fighting us. You are hating us, the American people that want the best for this country. Forget about Trump. Stop mentioning freaking Trump. You're fighting us, the people that care about this nation. That's who you're fighting. You guys are so dumb. You don't understand that. You got to open your eyes. You're not fighting Trump. You're fighting Americans. Democracy. Remember democracy? We voted him in. Let us have our peace. 4 years. 4 years, that's it. We've been putting up with your bullcrap for years. Come on. Democracy, remember? Donald Glover is a Trantifia. Okay, I get it. You can support whoever you want, brother. I know what those flags are. Equal is all people. I agree. You're nothing else but a hypocrite, says Ted Garcia. You know what? Let me see what this guy is. Or is Ted? Let me put this Ted Garcia guy on blast here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I like that. Oh, okay, I like that. So here's Ted Garcia comments for me. You're nothing else but a hypocrite. Take a civics class. What exactly is your job? You wear ignorance every day. How ignorant are you? This is the comments that that Ted makes on my chats. Let's take a look and see what Donald Glover has been saying. Let's see. No, DEI Electoral College. He supports Antifa, and Antifa. Good job, Donald Glover. All right, good job, buddy. I'm glad you stand for what you believe on. Let's see, who else is here? Do you have any more lies? All right, let's take a look at the chatty gamer. Let me see what you got in here, bud. Let me see. All the morons in chat and the grifter on screen casually ignoring the comments that make them look stupid. Do you have any more lies? This message is held for view. Let's take a look at what message he put in there. Let's see. Let's see. And then, over this size America. Okay, there we go. So, Chatty Gamer believes that MAGA stands for pedophilia and hating Americans. Okay. And it says, you literally try to overthrow the government. You effing despise America, traitor. Now, despite of all the evidence that it was a coup by the Congress people on the left, despite that there is proof FBI agents were in the crowd in civilian clothing, despite that there is an actual report that 270 FBI agents were sent to January 6th to riot control. FBI don't do that, by the way. But they all went over there in civil clothing. I wonder what that means, guys. I wonder what that means. Some of the people that were rioting that were called Republicans, they were actually found out that they were Democrats. And they had a rainbow flag at their house. How interesting is that? How many more lies can I tell? I don't know. I would tell you what. If you are going to come in and accuse me of doing something, I hope that you have something concrete to come on. Pat Yeager, it is overrated, but they did a big sin against America. They did. And I hope that it comes to light. You know, they're still fighting in courts to try to cancel or to null all the digital pen pardons from that. So, yeah, let's see what else we got here. The cheating gamer doesn't even know what a grifter is. Yeah, but they hear the word and they like to throw it around. That's okay. It's no big deal. All right, let me see what these people here says. Fentanyl's forgotten victims. Oh, here we go. Let's see what this guy say on the news. Wow. Hey, as critics decry President Donald Trump's lethal strikes against terrorist smugglers on the high seas, the silence surrounding the staggering toll of fentanyl death in the United States grows louder, raising the questions: whose lives are worth defending? Great question there, Breitbart. Great question. That's right. Let's take a look. Let's see. Meanwhile, they shut it down, and it's their own doing. Let's take a look. I think this is the video that I played last night. This is for the gamer guy. Here you go, buddy. I want you to read this. I want you to hear this because this is from Obama. Okay, this is from the other side. Now, this is the same man that just came and gave Republicans a lot of hate for the government being shut down. Today, he is doing it back 12 years ago. But I want you to listen to this. Oh, good morning, sister. Oh, man, I'm so glad you're here. Let's see. Why would the entire JC committee receive preventive pardons and destroy their records? Whoo, absolutely. I got questions. We're going to listen to Barack Obama again.
Change it. That's why we have elections. Just because you don't like a law that was passed.
Hold on, we're going to replay this. I want you to know I don't tell lies. Unless I'm ignorant, I'm missing something, I don't tell lies. I'm going to let you listen to your own colleagues, okay? I'll let you listen to this man that, by the way, I was a big supporter of until he changed my mind. There you go. This is not Dennis Herrera making shit up. This is just Obama saying what happens when Congress people or politicians shut down the government because they cannot win in a democracy. Nicholas, pay attention. You might learn something.
Just because you don't like a law that was passed and found constitutional, no Congress before this one has ever in history been irresponsible enough to threaten default, to threaten an economic shutdown, to suggest America not pay its bills, just to try to blackmail a president into giving them some concessions. We're not going to submit to this kind of total irresponsibility.
Yeah, we're not.
Congress needs to pay our bills on time.
Yep.
Congress needs to pass a budget on time.
Yep.
Congress needs to put an end to governing from crisis to crisis.
Yep.
If Republicans do not like the law, they can go through the regular channels and processes to try to change it. That's why we have elections. You do not threaten the full faith and credit of the United States of America.
Did you hear that? Is that lies? Am I telling lies? There you go. That's Barack Obama. Barack Obama. Maybe it's because he even knows it's all lies. Maybe. All right. No, we don't want to show that one. Nah, that's okay. We don't need that one as well. We already talked about that truth. Oh, Letitia James, I can't wait. Oh, here's something right here. Let's see. This Pakistani imam had been living in Italy for 29 years. Okay, this is over there in Europe, and this is why you need to pay attention to what goes on in the world. One day after he gave a sermon in the mosque, a sermon. This is preaching. Garcia, pay attention, okay, Ted? Let's see if you learned something today. This is a Muslim, the peaceful, beautiful Muslim. He's just doing his job. He's using his freedom of speech in Italy. Just a nice Muslim guy. No big deal. 29 years he was living in Italy, right? No. I didn't say I voted for him. I said I supported him. I was not a citizen back then. I supported him. I didn't vote for him. Prime Minister Georgia Meloni revoked his residence and reported him because one day after he gave a sermon declaring every Muslim must fight the infidels or face catastrophic consequences. Let me tell you what that means. Now, the Muslims took this writing from the Bible, the teachings of the apostles of Christ. In Revelations 3:9, I hate quoting verses, but, somebody threw this on my face the other day, like a week or so ago, and they keep posting it, so I memorized it. right? Revelations 3:9. There is a part in there where it talks that Jews that pretend to be Jews, okay? Like that, this just means Jews that are not, that they say they are righteous, but they're not practicing the law of Moses. They're not following the law of Moses or the commandments of God. They will be punished. And so the Muslims have taken that part of the scripture and put them in the Quran. Now remember, the Quran has not been written thousands of years ago. That's not where it comes from. Most of that Quran is freshly over 2,000 years, maybe. Not even there. Not even, let me see, about 15, what are we at? Maybe 15, 1,600 years ago, okay? 15, 1,600 years, okay? I don't even know if that math is right. I'm so confused right there with that. Forget about that. But the point is that there is Muslims throughout the whole world. There's a lot of Muslims that have made their way here to this country. Now, not only are they going to vote this terrorist in office, you have no idea what's coming. Not only are they going to vote terrorists into office, but they themselves will be taken care of by real Muslims. Because these Muslims that are practicing the peaceful religion, they are also infidel Muslims, just so you know. They will use you for a little bit. They will allow you to say something for a little bit. But they will take care of you. Trust me. I'm telling you. Somebody wants to call? Yeah, by all means. Do it. I am right here. I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you. No matter who won last night, Trump's still your daddy, says Pat. They won't call into debate. They don't have the fortitude. Well, I wish that they actually had a job so they can put a super chat to at least come in here and start something. Let's go. Wow, I cannot believe. King Dennis. No, absolutely no. There's only one king. That's Jesus. That's my king. That's who I believe in. Let's see if we can get 200 above. Oh, never mind. We actually did. Yeah, I put the ringer on so I can hear you this time. All right, who's calling and what's your comment?
I'm sorry. I thought I was calling a commenter. I didn't know I was calling the host. I'm sorry.
Oh. Do you have a comment to make for everybody?
No, just I like your channel. I've been watching it for a couple days.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate your support, man. It's heavily needed, as you know. The cloud is very dark upon us.
Yes. But keep it up because I'll keep watching.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, have a good day.
Late. All right. It's good to hear the audio support as well. I appreciate it. Guys, I want to say thank you so much, guys. We passed 10,200 subscribers, which is amazing. It really is. And as I said, there's people in here that want to make fun of, the small audience that I have. But in reality, I understand that people have to watch other things as well. I think the average is about maybe 5,000 and a little bit above, I think, for my viewing. So it's okay. If I've always said this before I started doing this channel 3 months ago. I always said this, you know what? If I can get at least 10 people on my channel to conversate, I'm okay with that. So I think eventually the trolls are going to give up because they can't beat us. It doesn't matter how much they get paid to hate on us. I just hope that they're learning something in life. I really do. Here's some information from our president. Remember, Republicans, regardless of the Schumer shutdown, the Democrats will terminate the filibuster the first chance they get. They will pack the Supreme Court. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's no question. Pick up 2 states and add at least 8 electoral votes. Their 2 objectors are gone. Don't be weak and stupid. Fight, 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 win, win, win. We will immediately end the extortionist shutdown, get all of our agenda passed, and make life so good for Americans that these deranged Democrat politicians will never again have the chance to destroy America. That's nice. That's nice. See, I get emotional because, man, this country has done so much. This country has suffered so much. And for jackasses to come in here and try to destroy it, it's heartbreaking. It really is. Republicans, you will rue the day that you didn't terminate the filibuster. Be tough, be smart, and win. This is much bigger than the shutdown. This is the survival of our country. I agree. Well, I know that Mandani, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know. I think Mandani might be the right. I know. I'm trying to wrap myself around this stupid comment that I'm about to make. It's just that socialism doesn't work. It doesn't work. Man, I'm trying to get the courage to say this stupid comment. Maybe Mandani, it's so hard to say it. He might change the Democratic Party. How are we going to do that? Well, first of all, I'm glad that I read that. For some of you, because you guys don't like Trump, it's okay, I understand. But that to me is very inspirational. All of our agenda passed and make life so good for Americans. Right there. Make life so good for Americans. You know what the other side says? Make life so good for illegal immigrants. That's the difference between what we want to do and what they want to do. I'm not trying to be political about it, but everything in this country, everything in life is political. Let that be clear. So now that we have Mandani in New York, well, let's dance. Let's see what happens. I am very optimistic that they made the right choice in New York. Nothing is going to change if we keep doing the same thing over and over again. Now, I get it. They keep voting Democrats in. That's okay. Well, now they finally have admitted that they have a socialist Democrat, and they voted for him. And they voted for him. So I'm okay with that. All right, guys. I think that's enough for me. I think we're going to go ahead and watch this video. You may have watched it already, but this is President Trump delivering remarks at breakfast with Republican senators. For all of you leftists out there that hate Trump, this is your chance to leave. We're going to continue this conversation after we watch this video. And let me go ahead and get this on here for you. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2. There you go. We we'll put that one there. All right. Let's see. Not that one. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think that's big enough. All right, let's do that.
It gives the president, it takes away the right of the president to pick people to serve on the court and to serve as U.S. attorneys, which is very important. But the biggest thing is the filibuster. We have to get the country going. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want 5 at least. It is Democrat created, but I don't think...
Sorry about that. For some reason, I skipped too much. Here we go.
They're getting really the blame that they should. That's now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that because these benefits were given to anybody that asked, and they're up to, I hear, just many times, $47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again. This is just the beginning, because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this. There's a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." They said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be." I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S." And you know who I'm talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator. You introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong. But he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. That's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. Yep. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption because, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote, and they want your card. Even me, I went into Palm Beach. You go in to vote, they want your card. You're this, you're that. They say, I'm sorry to do this, sir, but I have to look at your identification. I said, that's all right. I love that. But you're really not going to get away with much. It was very, very professional and very good, the way it's supposed to be. But these people don't want that. They have legislation in California where it's illegal to ask somebody for voter ID. If you ask somebody for voter ID, if you're an official, and you say, I'd like to see your voter ID, they can arrest you. Okay? They can arrest you because they want to cheat, and they get away with it, and the Republicans let them get away with it, and we won't do that if we have the filibuster. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, and we're going to see if we can sway, because I know we have a lot of, not a lot, I'd say half feel this way, maybe a little bit less than half, and it's time to have a really good talk. If I thought that they weren't going to pass the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. They're going to pass it within the first hour. If they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation. They're not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3¼ years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass, because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that, and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get in. They're doing it anyway, so it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips, too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a Democrat senator or two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District, Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was led the perfect life. Went to Sullivan and Cromwell. Almost immediately became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell. The most prestigious law firm, I would say, in the country, just about. Whether it's Sullivan or 2 or 3 I could name, but Sullivan, I would say, really, maybe number one. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for like 20 years. He went to the SEC, was flawless. He did it for me. He was the SEC chairman. He was flawless. Then he went to Apollo, where he was the chairman of Apollo, and was flawless. Everything went good. The stock went through the roof and everything. I asked him to go to the Southern District, and he said, I'll do what you'd like to do, sir. This is a very high-quality person. But he couldn't get approval from Schumer. Schumer didn't approve him. The best student, the best schools, everything. He's like flawless. And the courts actually said, you're not approving Jay Clayton, right, Lindsay? You heard this. The courts actually interceded, and they approved him. But that's an unusual guy. We have other people that are really good, but people don't know how good. Top students, top colleges, and they're U.S. attorneys, and they won't be approved. They're not going to be approved. We have one in Los Angeles who's phenomenal, but the senators, the Democrats are, again, they're kamikazes. The Democrats are not going to approve them. Blue slips are a disaster. So the only people I can get approved are Democrats. I was told that by the Democrats. We'll only approve Democrats. I said, really, is that right? Well, not going to work that way. Not going to work that way with me. But the blue slips are a total disaster. I have 10 people right now that are doing a phenomenal job, and they will be out of office pretty soon. They've got another 2-3 weeks, a couple of them, and then they're going to have to leave. And it's actually a blight on their record because, nobody knows why they left, but it looks like they served 8 weeks and then they had to leave. But they're not going to get the approval because the Democrat, radical left lunatic senators are saying you can't, we're not going to approve you. And if we're not going to approve you, I had actually one Republican who got 2 great letters, but it turned out that he was a rhino, but that was a nice term for him. Now, he got 2 letters of approval, and when I said 2 Democrats approved him, I had to fire him because I figured if 2 Democrats approved him, they wrote the most beautiful letters. I found out, man, this is strange, and he was no good. I fired him. He was really not much of a Republican. The recommendation of that one wasn't such a good recommendation. Someday I'll tell you who recommended him, but it wasn't exactly the best. But when I saw when I saw the 2 senators from Virginia gave him glowing marks, Tim, I said, let me see this. I read the most beautiful letters I've ever seen. I said, I called him up. I said, sorry, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. And but it's a horrible thing. Blue slips is a horrible thing because I have the right to pick judges and I have the right to pick U.S. attorneys, and this takes away the right from me. And I think we're going to go to court on it, and we'll see what happens in court. But it gives the president, it takes away the right of the president to pick people to serve on the court and to serve as U.S. attorneys, which is very important. But the biggest thing is the filibuster. We have to get the country going. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want at least five justices. Now I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay? They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day, maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this, and I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people, and I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema, and they got them out. They were the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state, and they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators, okay? You think you have problems? They're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done. It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine that it's good and all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say they're not doing much and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done. And the smartest thing with John and our Speaker of the House, who's so good, Mike Johnson, we did all in one bill. If we didn't, John, it would be a problem because, we would have gotten a small piece passed. A lot of people wanted to do that. A lot of people in the room wanted to do that. They went along with me and John and everybody, and we got this thing passed. Honestly, it's 4 years' worth of goodies. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on, think of it, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable tax cut for the workers and for business, where business is going to create jobs, and we're creating jobs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these things are good. We have to be able to get the word out. If we don't get the word out, we're making a very big mistake. So I have this long, beautiful, and very boring speech. I won't bother reading it, but because we can just start talking, and I think it's very important. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that. And I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends. But I think it's a tremendous mistake, really. It would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. It's time. If I thought they weren't going to approve, I'd sort of be with you. I'd be fine. I'd be neutral to with you. But knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control, they'll pass it first thing. Then it's like we have to do it first. And we have 2 years, and we'll end up with 2-3 years, and we'll have this country so perfect. We will have passed more legislation than any Congress and any group of senators or a group of congressmen. And we will get it through. They'll send it to us. We'll send it to them. It'll be a beautiful machine. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and argue with these people all day long. And they're highly unrealistic, highly unrealistic. Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly. So I want to thank everybody, and we're going to talk. And I want to thank the press for treating us so really well for that foreign trip. It was we had just an amazing meeting. Don't forget, 2 months ago, it looked like the whole world was in trouble over rare earth. And that's no longer even a subject that people talk about. It was all worked out very quickly. Without tariffs, I couldn't have done it. I put a 100% tariff on China. As soon as I heard it, within 20 minutes, I put a 100% tariff on China, on President Xi, who's really a friend of mine, as much as he can be a friend. He's a tough man. He's a tough man. Smart man, actually. Very smart. The press doesn't like it when I call him very smart. You know, they think I'm not supposed to call him smart. But he leads 1.4 billion people, without question. In fact, during the meeting, we were there. A couple of you were there, and some of you saw it. So he's here, and he's got about 6 people on each side. And every one of those people was standing like this. They were at attention. And I made a comment to one of them, and I got no response. I said, "Are you going to answer me?" I got no response. And President Xi didn't let him have any. So if there's any question, I said, I want my cabinet to behave like that. That's the way. I'm demanding that I want them sitting up like that, Tim, just nice and straight. I never saw posture like that. I've never seen men so scared in their lives. They have the equivalent of a vice president. He was. I said, "Are you going to answer my question?" And he's like, he doesn't move. I said, "What's wrong with this guy?" "I will answer all questions." Why don't you behave like that? JD doesn't behave like that. JD buds into conversations. I want to have that for at least a couple of days, okay, JD? We'll keep you long term, but a couple of days of that would be very, very nice. Okay, I want to thank you, and we'll talk a little bit. And I see they set me up with a podium. I thought I'd just be sitting, but it's probably easier. I want to thank you all very much. Thank you to the press, and you can go, and we'll speak to you later. Thank you. I'm going to Miami to make a speech today at a big group, and we have a nice big crowd, and we'll see you there. A lot of you are traveling down with me. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So I always watch the chat sometimes when I'm watching his videos. People think that I'm falling asleep. Why don't you guys give me a call? 425-583-1155. Give me a call and tell me why President Donald Trump is doing a horrible job. And that I want you to tell me why you think he's doing a job, but I want you to give me also how can we do better. Okay? So go for it whenever you're ready to type that number in there. Not you, Chris. Please, no crackheads. I don't want any crackheads calling me in here. All right. No crackheads, guys. Let the crackheads talk in the chat, but don't call me. President Obama, the best president ever. Ours, he can't even afford a $1 super chat in here. The Roadrunner, it's waiting for the EBT card to be reloaded. Ah, man. Every one of my patrons that comes into this channel, we know one thing. We have disabled people. We have families that need the support. We know that, we should help the needy. That's absolutely. But we are also aware that giving people the chance to keep practicing bad habits, like instead of saying, what can I do to earn some money today? They go with this bad habit. Give me money. Give me money. give me money, give me money. Provide a service. If you're in my chat, this is what I do for a living. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it. But this is what I do for a living. If I don't make any money, well, that was my choice, right? But I wouldn't be bitching and complaining about rich people having something better than what I have. You know, whatever. The crackhead's has been blocked by Berniel. Yeah, Jamie Lynn, give me a call, 425-583-1155. Now, don't turn into a Karen when you call me, all right? Try to be respectful. Every time somebody's respectful, I can understand their points of views, and we can make something happen. Now, don't be shy. I'm not a jerk like I sound, okay? I'm only reacting to comments that I'm reading, and so because you're not having that conversation with me, you might not see it. Don't worry, Gary. You'll get your food stamps very soon. Hey guys, if you are on Snap, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but I hope that you really, need it or deserve it or qualified for it. I mean, come on, give me a break. Let's see. See Eunice said, that's right, new profile. I am more likely to believe that the ladies on The View told me about tariffs than I am from what I've actually experienced having to pay the tariffs. Yeah. The host is a Karen, says Tyrone. Hey, Tyrone, is your phone charged now? Because it was just 1% not too long ago when you dial and I couldn't pick up. Why don't you go ahead and dial to me right now? Go ahead and dial, and I have just one question for you, okay? So easy, no pressure. Everything is great. No pressure. Just have one question for you. Who wants to be the courageous person to call in so that I can ask them one question? Just one question. Just one question. Anybody. There you go. Just in case. Man, I still had to restart my computer. One question, guys. Come on. You can do it. Call in. One question. Just one. No, Craig. They have to call in so everybody can hear their answer. They have to call in so that we can all hear the answer. Just one question. It's very simple. Some courageous soul is going to call in, and I want to see if they can answer. Just one question. I like how he says, no one wants to talk to me either, says Ross. Well, at least you heard that. That's right. Trinity knows. We are open for dialogue here. I just have one question. What? Gallon of eggs? There is such thing, just so you know. They do sell eggs in gallons, in the, what is it, 1 liter cartons? 1 quart, is that what it is? I don't know. Half a gallon in carton eggs. Ask it, or we go find real information. Tyrone, everything you've been saying here has been bullshit. I'm giving you a chance to call in. I'm going to ask you one question only. And then everybody's going to hear your answer. And I won't put you on the spot. I'll just, whatever you answer, I'll leave it as that. When you hang up, then I'll say something. Oh, Mississippi says, I'm not calling a burner phone. Does this iPhone look like a real burner phone to you? This is actually my line. I'm paying for it. The reason why I say it's a burner phone is because I don't answer this phone. I only answer this phone when I am on my live. Okay? $1.97 here for a dozen eggs in Washington State. $1.97. $1.97 for 12 eggs. That is 20 dimes, guys. 20 dimes for a dozen eggs. Tell us how tariff works, C unit. All right. While somebody gets the balls to call me in here, tariffs are a way to make trading fair. When other countries abuse us, other countries are making a lot of money and we're losing money, that's when we put tariffs on. This is an import charge, export charge. That's how tariffs work. That is good to make sure that trading is balanced so that we can continue in the ecosystem of trade. Yes, sometimes prices might go up because of tariffs. But sometimes that's how you have to do it in order to negotiate. Did you think that President Xi was going to hold out forever? Let's be clear. Tariffs are not a tax. You can call it a tax, but it's not a tax. It's an import charge. Surcharge. Here we go. One question. All right. Thanks for calling. And who's calling?
Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Who's this?
It's Lewis.
Lewis. How are you, Lewis?
Art.
Oh, Art. How are you, brother? I saw the comment of what you said about the black people. So, do you want me to ask you the question, or you want to comment that?
Black Panthers racist. Like, you need to study up and.
They were.
You need to study it. No, they weren't. They
Yeah.
weren't. They were reactionary. If you're being brutalized by the police constantly.
If you're a criminal, it's not racist. That's my problem right there.
If you're a criminal.
Yeah.
This country was started on criminality, bro.
Yeah, well, we have laws we have to respect. So the whole idea, see, look, the whole idea is
If
this.
the law doesn't respect the law, what about if the law doesn't respect the law?
Well, those people get punished as well. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of police that lose their jobs. You know, there's a lot of people that put on leave. Some people don't even get back in the force. But we have to follow the law. And one of the biggest examples that we have learned is this, and maybe they didn't learn that back then, but one of the biggest examples that we learned today, and unfortunately, that same teaching that Panthers did back then is what the youth today follows, and this is why they're criminals. They don't know that the best way to fight is in court. And that's what I mean by that. So I didn't see, the Black Panthers stand against crime that black people committed. They have always stood for defending blacks, which is racist.
If they go by the courts, which they do, they have.
Yeah.
And the courts keep throwing obstacles in their way.
Yeah.
They keep going into their community and still committing brutality against black folks.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect them to do?
Well, like what I see on TV today. Let's talk about present time, right?
Have an open mind about it. Have an open mind.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. But here's the problem. Throughout history, and it's not, unfortunately for people that believe that, there is too much proof today. Too many social media, like internet is fast. Everybody gets all these videos that's happening out there. Okay, right now we have a lot of yummies out there. You know what that is, right? You know.
Have a lot of what?
Okay, we have a lot of yummies. You know what that is? Yes.
No.
Okay, we have a lot of youth. A lot of kids with guns. And that's what they call themselves. And we have this mentality that white people are evil. And that's what Black Panthers stood for. That's racist. If the Black Panthers, let me tell you this. If the Black Panthers did this, if the Black Panthers said, okay, well, I'm going to tell you why I think that way, and I could be wrong. The reason for that is, if the Black Panther would have stood, because in history I didn't see them do this, if they would have stood for, say, hey, listen, to our black community, we need to not be criminals. Now, there might be cases where people were just, somebody was hating on them. I get that. And we have done a great job kind of getting rid of that. But the point is, any leader of any group that needs to, that says, their people are being oppressed, first of all, you got to clean up your community. You cannot claim that the police is bad. Let's say the police was racist and bad and did all this stuff, right? You cannot go and defend your case saying that if you are allowing the youth and the people in your community to continue to commit crimes. You know what the biggest hypocrisy that I see in our society today? It's that I see people complaining, marching by the hundreds of thousands against police brutality, and millions, let's say millions of people protest police and this and that. You know what I haven't seen? Not one single protest against gangbangers that are killing people, raping, stealing, destroying communities. Not one single protest against them. Why is it that everybody has the right to go and protest our authorities, but then yet they don't say jack squat about the criminal activities in the community? And this is why I believe they're racist. That's my point.
Okay, well,
yeah,
these are scattered incidents.
Well, you got to put a lot of things together.
You can't have a moratorium absolution about an entire group of people. Every group of people have their flaws.
They were killing their own people, blaming white people for it.
Well, white people kill white people.
Yeah,
but they don't.
But they're not going out there. Oh, white Panthers. They're not going out there saying that black people are racist. Only black people do that.
People kill each other.
Yeah, but only black people claim the racism. They're trying to convince all of Hispanics. Oh, it's because you're brown. Some black lady told me I'm white.
The reason why black people call white people racist is because white people won't let them. I don't know why black people want to go into their realm or into their world and be equal instead of creating for themselves. But not all of them are like that. Now, not all black people are the same.
Okay. All right. I'll take that.
You gotta have an open mind.
I'll take that. No, my opinion is still my opinion. That's what I believe that they are. I'm glad that there's very small people like that. Like the KKK is the equal of the Black Panther on the other side. They're both bad. I don't support either. I support equality for everybody. You don't, but Martin Luther King fought for that, and that's exactly what I believe in. I believe in equality. There is no blacks can be racist, whites can be racist, Hispanics can be racist, everybody can be racist. The moment that you start judging somebody by the color of the skin, you are being racist. That's as simple as that. But on that note, that's just why I believe it that way, brothers. No disrespect to you, I get it. But you telling me that I'm lying, that's a disrespect to me, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We just have different opinions. Did you have a comment? What do you think about Mondani winning in New York? What do you expect to see?
I'm not in New York. I'm in Washington, D.C., so.
Pretty close, man. That's like a neighbor right next down door to you. But what do you think? Do you have any opinion on him or not?
I don't know nothing about him, so I can't say anything about him.
Okay, fair enough.
So if I don't know nothing to you, if I don't know nothing too much about black folks, I really can't put an entire absolution on black folks.
Yeah,
because I noticed you say a lot of things about black folks.
Yeah, because I grew up with a lot of black folks here, and I learned a lot of history from black folks here. And I speak about that because of that. No, I get you. No, I get you. It's a fair question.
I mean, obviously, I'm watching you.
I see you are, man. That's day.
Watching you that probably don't even type.
Yeah. No, I see you are. You know, but that's the thing, brother. I mean, you know, it's okay. I don't think everything you say is bad. I'm sure you will probably agree with maybe 10% of the things that I say, but I don't think you're bad. You have your opinions, and I cannot convince people otherwise. All I can do is share, you know, like, you know.
And I get, black folks get on my nerves. White folks get on my nerve.
Yeah, it's same here, bro. Same here. You know what people say about us Hispanics? Some people either say one or two things. One of them, we are very hard workers. And the other one, we are big, hardcore criminals. That's so we got to take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Art.
Appreciate you.
No, man. Thanks for the call. See, it's different, right? When you can have that audio sometimes, because I agree with everything you say. I see it different. That you know what I'm saying on my side, but I agree why you see it that way.
I ain't call you to fight you.
No, sir. I don't feel it.
I just want to open your mind up a little bit.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you,
That's
man.
all.
Thank you, Art.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, you too. All right. Appreciate you, Art. I really mean that. All right, I want some. Oh, here we go. Okay, we got another one. Here we go. All right, thanks for calling. Who are we speaking to? Tyrone. What happened? Maybe that 1% battery died. All right, go on, Serenity. Serenity. Yeah, I want your opinions, guys. And if you disagree with me, it's okay. Don't, just dial *67 if you want to. Never mind. All right, thanks for calling. What's your question?
Hi, no, I just was listening to you talk about the Black Panther Party and some of the other subjects.
Yeah.
And I was kind of curious about why you felt the way that you do. And one of the things I just want to bring up before anything else is that they keep records of violent crime in America.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And violent crime has been steadily on a decrease, actually, since about 1990. From 2023 to 2024, there was a 4.5% decrease in violent crime.
Uh-huh.
And so whenever you're claiming all of these things, to me, that doesn't really line up. It seems like you're really wrong about all this violent stuff that's happening. It's actually happening less and less. Well, it still happens.
Yeah, yeah.
It's happening less and less every year. And I'm just wondering why you're blaming black people for this so much. It seems really weird that you keep on referencing black gangbangers and you're acting like there's not other people of other races also committing these crimes.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I think is more recent because of this. I as I said, I grew up with a lot of Mexicans and black people here since I came to this country. Okay, and I'm talking about America.
All black people and all Mexicans.
All black people and Mexicans.
No. What I said is that all black people? So you experienced all black people?
No. Let me just explain what I'm going to say.
A really small picture, and so you don't really know everything, do you?
I haven't finished talking. That's why you don't know why I'm saying that.
Well, no. I hear what you're saying.
No, you see, but don't hear it. I want you to listen.
You're clueless.
No, you have to listen, not just hear it.
I listened.
No, you didn't. You cut me off when I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I did, because I know you're going to just lie more.
Okay, well, it's not a lie when it's my life experience. How do you know?
No. Your life experience isn't everything, though.
Okay.
Your life experience isn't everything that's happening.
Is all white people racist?
To more than just what you do.
Yeah. Is white people racist?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
So there you go. So how come you can generalize and I can't?
Whoa. I said there's a lot of...
No, you said white people are racist.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
You're completely misrepresenting me. I said there's a lot of white people who are racist.
Okay, so let me go ahead and tell the story that I was going to tell. When I was in high school, through the whole years that I've been here in this country, I went to school with all minorities, blacks, Mexicans, etc. Okay. We did great. We did. Okay. We played sports together. Everything was awesome. But in the last decade, after Obama was president, some of the black guys that I went to school with, like everything was perfect, right? But after Obama became president, some of these guys that I went to school with, I would have never thought, because we went to the same history class from the same black teacher, which was ready to retire, but he told us a lot about slavery and all this stuff. We never had a question or argument about it, blah, blah, blah. They make some comments on my Facebook, which, by the way, I closed, and they said that we are more racist today than we were back in the 50s. And I said to them, bro, we use the same bathroom with white people, with Asian. I don't know what you're talking about, but the way the mentality just flipped when Obama was president, with Michelle saying that white people make her feel afraid and she's not comfortable. I mean, that was racist to me. You say white people. The guys that I went to school with, they say white people are racist. I'm like, bro, we went to school with white people. And you were the ones abusing the white girls, grabbing. Listen to this. This is true. They were going out with white girls, and I told them, and I said, why you always go for white girls? There's black, beautiful women out there. Why don't you go for black women? You know what they said to me? You might believe me or not, but this is what they said. I need to go out with these female dogs because we need to go ahead and show them where they belong. I couldn't believe that they tell me this. And I said, bro.
That's a great anecdotal story that has nothing to do with the populace at large. I think that that's your own experience.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a
So
real
statistics says the population of the blacks in America are what, 14 to 17%? And they are what? What is the percentage of criminality? Okay. What about Chicago? This is in light of Chicago is where I'm coming from to say these things today. What about Chicago? Do you think that all the blacks over there are very innocent and that the black mayor is actually looking out for the black community? Do you think that the mayor in Chicago was actually taking care of the black community, fixing crime? Or do you think he allowed a lot of illegal immigrants to come in there and destroy their city?
What does illegal immigrants have to do with the rest of what we were talking about?
Well, he's black, and he's supposed to be taking care of the community.
I think that they're doing the best to take care of the community. I don't think that has anything to do with
By
illegal immigrants. I don't think that illegal immigrants are inherently criminal.
So they're doing the best for the black community by allowing criminals to go rampant in their city?
You just claimed that all people who are illegal immigrants are criminals.
Well, the criminals that are being taken, well, yeah. Every single illegal immigrant that has gone to Chicago has received benefits and not the actual American blacks.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's what the blacks say from Chicago. That's what they say. No, it's not. It's not supposed to work that way. But when you have a sanctuary city, that's what they do. That's what they. I'm in a blue state, bro. I know what they do here. They do the same thing over there, my friend.
No. You don't know what you're talking about.
Man, you must be.
Social security number, you can't get the benefit.
You're Egyptian, aren't you?
Have a social security number.
You're Egyptian.
That's not how that works.
You're Egyptian, aren't you?
No, not even close.
Yeah, because you live in denial.
You are so stupid. You don't know how this works.
All right, okay. Hey, like I said, you have your opinion. I didn't call you stupid, but if you want to go with names, I got a lot of names I can use.
No, my opinion is based in fact.
I will, Serenity.
Based in bullshit. Yours is based in
How is that bullshit? You're looking at it. Look, this senator himself said, we have no money in Chicago. We have the one that replaced Beetlejuice. We have no money.
Did you say his name? Do you know what his name is? Do you actually know what you're talking about?
Yes, I know his face. He's got the little black mohawk.
Really? So you don't even know his name. So you obviously know.
I forgot his name. I don't care about this guy. Do you know who it is? Who's the senator of Chicago?
Watch this guy be a clueless moron once again. Like, come on.
Brother, why do I need to know his name? I don't care about him. All I know, I know who he is as a person.
Come on, dude.
I can look up his name, bro. I know his face. I'm not very good with names.
You can't get a name. You don't know anything, do you?
Bro.
Like, come on.
See, don't be condescending, bro. I don't appreciate that.
No, I'm not doing
Don't be an asshole. No, you're being an asshole. You're being an asshole.
Because you're being an asshole.
Well, no. How am I being an asshole? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him.
Yeah, no, you're saying things that are inherently wrong. You're disseminating misinformation to people, and you're not even educated enough to be able to have this kind of a discussion.
Okay, Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson. Is you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy that you know how to use Google.
Yeah, no shit. I know his face. I know who he is. That I forget his name is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
The fact is that he is the man that he is. His voice has been heard in public. He's a moron. He defunds the police. He defunds the police. He supports illegal immigrants. What else you want me to say? No, it's not. Not when he's putting black Americans on the back of the bus. Not when he's putting black Americans in the back of the bus.
My man, that has nothing to do with putting black
Americans. It has everything to do. You have to understand, I'm America first. I don't care if you're black or white, but in this town, there's the black community that is suffering. And that's why we're mentioning it, so that you understand what group of people is being affected. But the bottom line is that they are American, period.
Why can't everybody get help?
Because we can't afford it.
You're right, because we have these pointless tariffs that are charging everybody too much money.
That's your local government, my friend. That is your local government.
No.
It's not tariffs. It's not tariffs.
It starts with the federal government and it works its way down.
No.
That's how everything works.
Listen, the federal government is trying to get rid of illegal immigrants. It says, caller, you are very...
You're arresting people with no criminal records. 70% of people detained by ICE have no criminal record. 70% of people, you can Google it right now. 70% of people...
Beta! You're a beta, bro. You're a beta. Everybody in the chat is chanting for you, man. They're rooting for you. They said that you are educated by Timo University. You are cooked. All right, man. Thanks for calling, bro. I got to take the next caller. Be good. I like how we try to get that last insult there at the end. Beta! JLP, man. Love that guy. Yeah, I love that guy. All right, let's see. Name calling. Yeah, but bro, that guy tried to insult me all the way, man. Beta! JLP, man. We love you. You crazy man. All right, who was the person I wanted to call? I forgot the name. You can call right now. But wait. Before you call, if you call, it's because you want to hear the question. Now, if you call on my side, let me find out who's calling first. All right, who's calling?
Hey, it's Serenity.
Serenity. Okay, hold on. Before we continue, I have one question, but it's for specific people. Okay. Okay. Where do you stand right now on the issues that we have right now? Are you for capitalism, socialism? Are you for America first? Are you for illegal immigrants? Where you stand on all that?
Oh, I'm definitely a huge capitalist, but I'm super anti-Trump.
Okay, then the question's not for you. Continue.
Oh, okay, sweet. So I just wanted to ask you, before we get into like anything big, I've only seen your show a couple of times. I was just curious, like, what you obviously support Trump, right? Like, you're a big Trump guy.
Well, I support them right now. Yeah.
What do you mean by right now?
I used to support Obama and the Democrats, but not since Trump came out.
So what made you change your position?
So in our Democratic Party, we used to fight for the American people. We were so pro, like the SNAP benefits. We're pro that because we believe that a lot of people need the help and everything, and they were pro immigration, legal immigration. Right. And they used to fight a lot for American made, for a lot of products companies to be here and all these investments and that. And then they switched to wanting to do business. I understand globally, right? We're going to branch out and we're going to make investments abroad and make money. But it seemed like they started making a lot of money, and I started to afford less stuff every day. Sure. And so I didn't like that. And then,
so wait, before we continue, can I drill down on that one point?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, on the shipping products overseas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm a capitalist, right? You're a capitalist, right?
Yep.
And you're pro-consumer, right? Like, you want the consumer to have the power, right? You want buyers to be able to get products in the United States for affordable prices. Luxury goods, you want those to be cheaper for American consumers, right? You want people to be able to buy nicer. As Americans, you want people to be able to buy more things with their money, right?
I wanted to buy the nicest things, the best things that they can afford.
Yeah, the best things that you can afford,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
So eventually we came to this crossroads in the United States where we decided there are countries around the world that can build products for us
for
cheaper.
I agree.
And we can invest our money in things that other countries can't build so that we can be leaders on, right?
Right.
Which is why
Yeah.
we are
Yeah.
leaders in the tech industry, right?
Yeah.
That's why Elon Musk is based in the United States, even though he's from a different country, because
Right.
we are the leaders in tech. We have things that we're the leaders in, right?
You got
And
it.
one of the reasons why we wanted to stop investing in manufacturing jobs is because manufacturing jobs pay very little. They have a very high injury rate or accident rate.
Good
and
point.
they pollute our country, right?
Right.
And so when they shipped those things overseas, goods became much more affordable for the average United States citizen, right? So when Trump talks about, we should be getting Apple, for instance, to start making their products in the United States,
Yeah.
because the United States has a superior work ethic and work regulation to a country like China, let's say, or Taiwan,
Yeah.
where the majority of these goods are being manufactured, it's going to cost us a huge amount of money in order to manufacture those goods in the United States, let alone setting up the infrastructure to have the manufacturing to do it, right?
Right. Yeah.
But doesn't that mean, if we follow Trump's plan, doesn't that mean goods in the United States are going to get more expensive for the average consumer?
Where I fall on that, it's this. There is people, and I'm this kind of capitalist. I believe that you can create a product. If the people find value on it, you'll make money on it. Now, I can sell you something and make $2, or I can sell you something for $30 and I can make $28. Okay? I believe that the way that capitalism has gone is they have not only believed to gain money. Of course, we want money. Of course, we want to be successful. We want to make 100% profit on everything that we invest, because otherwise you won't be able to continue doing what you need to do and you won't be able to grow. So the problem with that is that the thinking that I can get very cheap products from China because I can make more money for myself. You're not.
No, wait.
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Just
go
to be
ahead.
clear, the point that I'm making is it's not because the companies make more money. That may be a byproduct.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the point of manufacturing goods overseas as
Yeah.
a pro-consumer capitalist is to ensure that people in the United States can buy their iPhones for $1,000 instead of $3,000.
Okay. So
It's not about the corporate capital
I see.
gain. It's about the consumer gain. Do you see my point?
yeah. So as a capitalist, do you believe that people should be able to afford their essentials?
Well, that depends.
Like,
I believe that.
Would you agree with
I
me?
believe you.
Would
I
you?
believe you need a job. Right? You need
Absolutely,
work,
yeah,
right?
100%. That's number one, of
Right.
course. That's
Okay.
not the bat. Now, do you believe that American people should be able to get luxuries that cannot afford? Is that essential? Luxuries and essentials are different to me, but do you think that luxuries are essential?
No, I don't think that they're essential, but I think that they're vital in ensuring our place as the number one country in the world.
Okay.
Like if we're going to continue to be, you believe that, right? You believe that the United States is an exceptional country over others, right? That
Yep.
we're one of the most
Yep.
successful and powerful countries in the world.
For now,
we can't just we can't just lead on essentials, right?
Yeah.
We need to be a venture capital of the world. We
Right.
need people to come in to feel like they can buy luxury goods, that they can afford to buy things that elevate their status. You know, the American dream, the idea that people come, immigrants legally. Obviously, I know you're a big illegal immigration guy, but
Yeah. I'm pro migration.
legally,
Yeah.
yeah, people come to this country looking for a better life.
Yeah.
Why? Because we have it set up to where when you come to this country, you can make money, you can raise your status, you can invest and build your future, and
Yeah.
and yes, you can afford not only those essentials, but those luxury goods that people in China wish that they could afford.
Right.
So, in my opinion, overall, Trump's economic approach has been crushing our ability to do that. Not only will we have to spend not millions, but billions of dollars in building the infrastructure to be able to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if products are manufactured in the United States, the cost is going to triple for the average American. So I guess like my direct question to you would be, are you comfortable with your iPhone costing triple the amount that it costs if it's made in the United States?
I wouldn't buy it.
You would not buy it?
No, I wouldn't be able to afford it. But if I can afford the luxury, I would. Now,
right, but so does Trump in that case not deserve some criticism?
well, I mean, like I said, that's a luxury. Just because you want it doesn't mean you should have it.
Well,
But-
no, but hold on. But if a Democrat came into office and they tripled the price
Yeah.
of goods in the United States,
Yeah.
would you not criticize them for that?
No. If that so, let me tell you why. When we started losing all those manufacturing jobs that you say were just low paying, there were still jobs. Now the reason why they're low paying, and this happens with every business here in America,
Because they're not high skilled.
no, it's not just that, but there is regulations, there is taxes, there is surcharges, there is all these other fees that governments put on manufacturers. They go and they talk with the government and say, hey, listen, I can't afford to be paying all that shit. I got to pay this. I got to pay that. I need to make a profit. And you got to remember, you got to make 100% profit. No company does that, right? So hold on. Let me get there. So if we have deregulation, if we have less taxes on businesses, we're going to have better paying jobs. And when it comes to pricing anything in this world, the Chinese I'm sure you already know, the Chinese have been stealing our technology. They've been stealing technology from all over the countries, right? They've been screwing, so they've been screwing our American, and all the investors that are actually in China, they're screwed because China can take those away from them anytime. Now, China, as we learned from COVID-19, when we were shut down, they decided that we were not going to have anything that we needed, and they held us hostage. I don't know if you noticed that, but they held us hostage and says, we're the only ones that can provide you with that. So what is our mentality done now? Well, we need manufacturers to do those essential things that we're needing here. Even if it's more expensive, if we need it, we're going to get it. Right. Now, the other side of it, hold on, I'm almost there. Okay. Be patient. I'm almost there. So the problem is, you're good. The problem is that if China decides, right, to charge our manufacturers in their country, okay, if they decide to charge them a lot more money and it's no longer affordable to be down in China, we are already screwed in here. Now, the biggest problem that I have, and the reason why I support this whole bring a lot of manufacturers, bring the chip makers and all this stuff over here, is for one very simple reason that I've noticed. And this is a side reason. We have been regulated so much by the world. We have the less carbon up in the air. China has the worst. Russia is over there, and there's a lot of countries that are destroying the atmosphere. The United States doesn't do that. We can have some of those manufacturers here. And the biggest problem is this, my friend. Maybe you as a business owner may have made a lot of money. A lot of businesses are making a lot of money. But the reality of it is, there is this big-ass dollar amount that I cannot get over with. $38 trillion in debt. If it is so good to have no tariffs in the world so that we can have cheap-ass toys for Christmas and so that we can afford an iPhone, how does that benefit our country if you and I are making bank, but our country's going down the shit because of our $38 trillion in debt? So this is why I don't support that, and I'm 100% for tariffs. And remember this, it's not a permanent thing. The whole idea of tariff is to make it fair so that we don't keep losing money. Businesses will still be able to buy stuff from China. Come on, let's be honest. I need to order more hats from China. You know what I mean? So you'll get there.
Let me respond to a couple of things you said.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, if you're so concerned about the debt,
yeah,
Trump added $5.5 trillion to
yes.
the debt this year.
Yes.
So
Investing.
No, not investing.
It is investing.
He's spending our money. He's spending our money like a socialist would. He is the government.
Oh, that's man.
No, it's. I mean,
why you got insulted that hard,
honestly,
man?
No. It's not supposed to be.
I'm just
it's
messing
not,
with you.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be an insult. I'm
I
saying
know.
that literally.
Yeah.
The government is stepping into the economic system of our country.
Yeah.
And controlling what we do with our money as a country. So he's run up the highest deficit of any president
Yeah.
in the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Or 20 years, excuse me, since 2000,
Yeah.
the highest deficit of any president in a single term. So if you're so concerned about the debt
Yeah.
and the deficit, why are you okay with Trump spending money? He's selling our future out. He is selling our future down the road. Like, bringing manufacturing jobs back is going to cost us billions of dollars. Billions with a B.
Not us. That's the manufacturer's going to pay that. We don't pay that.
No, we are going to pay it. Where does the infrastructure for these manufacturing jobs come from?
The regulation, tax cuts. This is what they've been running on. Tax cuts for the rich. That's what he wants. That's why we're doing that.
But the tax cuts for the rich are not being invested into our country. They're still all invested overseas.
All right. Fair point. Yeah, fair point. So let me answer that.
What are all these? Well, wait, just real quick. I gave you a chance to,
Yeah.
to say a
Oh,
lot.
I thought you
just wanna
finished.
respond
I thought you had the question already. My bad.
No, you're good. So the question that I want to get to is, it seems like you lay out these issues that you have with the country and the way that things are going.
Yeah.
And then Trump demonstrably makes those issues worse. So you care about the debt.
Yeah.
He's raised the debt by more than any president in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
You care about the deficit.
Yeah.
He has the largest deficit of any president in my lifetime.
Yeah.
You care about normal people being able to afford essentials.
Yeah.
But the tariffs are making business owners have to cut jobs. I don't know if you've seen in the tech sector, they've laid off like a third of the entire tech sector has been laid off since Trump has come to office because these tariffs are crushing us. And he has made not one signed deal with any country. Canada has turned off trade with us. They've turned it off because Trump was so mean to Mark Carney, or Mark Carney, posted a Ronald Reagan thing about how tariffs are bad, and he was upset about that.
Yeah.
So he cut trade with Canada off. And what did Canada say? We're going to go to South America, and we're going to make contracts with South America, and they're going to get our business now.
Yeah.
So, like, all the problems that you're consistently, talking about on this show, I've watched you for a couple of weeks now.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah, totally. Because before I talk to you, I wanted to understand you and
of
understand
course.
how you think and what I'm not like the guy you talked to previous to me. Obviously, I want to be respectful.
No. Hey,
kind to you.
Let me tell you. Go ahead and ask the question so I don't forget.
Yeah, just to wrap it all up. It seems like all the issues that you have with the country, Trump is making them worse. So why are you not criticizing Trump in the way that you have criticized Democrats in the past?
Yeah, fair question. That's a good question. Hopefully, my answer, is enough. First of all, let me tell you something. I appreciate you. I like you. You have to understand something about me. If you come at me very stupid, you're gonna get stupid. You come out here with respect and you have some knowledge, bro. I'm impressed. I really am. Thank you for the way you talk, for your knowledge. You actually have some knowledge to give me, not insults. I can't take people serious when they're just saying liar. I just said good morning, and then people start insulting. That's not gonna create a conversation. So with that being said, I appreciate you for that and thank you for watching. So here's where I'm looking at. So I know as a business owner, I have to get, for example, I need to get a $10,000 loan, right? So I can start this business. Now, right off the bat, you already know what a loan is, right? No, don't answer. It's just a rhetorical question. You know what a loan is. A loan is negative money. That's how I see these tariffs right now, the money that's being lost right now, this $5 trillion that you mentioned. That's how I see it. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but just let me get there. And so I know that there is, some investment that I got to make. I got to make some moves. I got to move money around, this and that. So far, and, of course, this is something that we defend President Trump with the tariffs, because if it wasn't for that, if they get rid of the tariffs, everything that we have acquired so far is going to disappear. Like you said, a lot of people haven't signed these agreements and deals and all this stuff. A lot of people have, but our enemies are watching, and they're not going to want us to have that power to make them deal with us. If we get rid of tariffs right now, and I understand it's causing some businesses, not everybody, but some businesses are suffering because of the tariffs. But we have to understand this. No president before President Donald Trump has ever made deals where we gave money away and there was something coming back in return. I haven't seen it. If it was very minimal.
Well, can I ask you, I don't mean to interrupt you. I
Go
just
ahead.
want to ask you real quick on that point.
Yeah.
What has come back to us?
Okay, so I have watched a lot of meetings with all these billionaires that are actually already constructing manufacturings over here. Now, I'm not going to say that they're going to give you millions of jobs, but they're bringing those businesses back over here. And I see a lot of billionaires investing a lot of money. I think the biggest sign of show of faith was them paying the salary for our military, our service people, and for some people to get some assistance.
Sure, but the tariffs are designed to, just from what
I'll
I understand. Hold on, just real quick. I just want to get this out.
Yeah.
Trump's tariffs are designed to get countries, not billionaires,
negotiate.
but countries to come to the table and negotiate,
Yeah,
right?
right.
But so far, he has not signed one trade deal with any country because of the tariffs, not one. So I'm just wondering, from your point of view, what countries has Trump bent to the table that have been screwing the United States, and now they're no longer screwing us because of the tariffs? Could you name one?
Ukraine.
We're still giving them billions of dollars. He said he was going to give them Tomahawk missiles.
Yes, but remember, I know it wasn't him. It was Biden, I believe, made the deal of $196 billion for Ukraine. And Congress. Okay, Congress. Okay.
Yeah.
During the Biden administration, yeah.
Well, yeah, but it was a Republican-controlled House and Senate, and they both passed it.
Yeah, well, it tells you, right, that we are trying to help not our neighboring country. They're all over the other side, but
an ally.
But it shows that we're trying to help out, right? The problem with that is that nobody thought, hey, wait a minute, they got some rare earth minerals over there that we can use here, right? The only difference is this, that at least Trump is trying to get out there, and so far, if he continues with the tariff, and another side to that, okay, so that you can see why I say this.
Sure.
If he continues to have the power of tariffs, let's put up with this. I have seen decades for tariffs to work. The money that we recovered last year, the $4.3 trillion from tariffs, that was President Trump's first term's tariffs. Nobody says anything about that. They say Biden was, the administration made the economy go up, and all they did was make the inflation go up. Now, but I'll get to the point with the tariffs and this is just probably maybe just a theory. Take it with a grain of salt, okay? With a grain of salt.
Okay.
So I believe that all these people are coming over, whether they're kissing his ass or they're praising him. They are on cameras. They're shaking their hands. By the way, let's get Canada out of the way. Canada is paying the price, and they are about to lose half of their territory. But I love Canadians, but what I hear from Canada, they are not happy with Carney. They are not happy with the administration, and they want to separate. You heard that already, I'm sure. Okay, back to the story of the tariffs. This is where I'm going to go ahead and cut a lot of bullshit, and I'm going to get down to a point. What is happening here in Washington State, this is crazy, okay?
Okay.
Trump hasn't even announced the tariffs, and he's already being blamed for the economy here in Washington. As soon as he announces the tariffs, mind you, there was already a lot of shipments already in the United States of America. A lot of people had the products already and all this and that, right? I understand that people can price gouge. I get that. Businesses do that. They will sell you a bottle of water for $2 and they bought that for 10 cents. I get it. That's a convenience. That's a whatever.
Margins.
You know what I'm saying? I pay $15 for a damn drink. You know what I mean? So it's there. So here's what I have a problem with our local government. If oh my God, there's so many to unwrap, brother. Uh, if the tariffs are causing a hardship on our country, I think, now this is just me, I think that as a local governor, right, senator, mayor, etc., we will try our best to deregulate, to cut taxes, to maintain our businesses completely afloat. But what they do here is they complain, and this is the part that I hate, brother. They complain that the tariffs, right, are going to, and are destroying our economy, and that is causing for businesses to shut down and businesses, big companies to leave, and this and that, and they blame, and the union gets behind the governor, okay, and they blame all these things on tariffs. Okay, let's say I agree with that. Okay, I'm with them. Okay, Trump, God dang it, you're destroying the economy with our tariffs. You know, here's the problem. You're gonna love this one. So at the time that he's saying this, we have about 10 million people here on the census. There was a lot. There's millions of illegals, but there's 10 million residents and Americans, and legal migrants in this country accounted for. They raised our taxes $9.5 billion. Tell me, how would you feel about those tariffs? Like, even if they're right, you're complaining and bitching about the economy in our state is going down, and you thought the wisest, smartest thing to do was to raise $9.5 billion.
Yeah, I have an answer for that.
That's crazy. And wait, that's not it. They had to add another $3 billion because they wasted the money that they are taxing us.
I just want to drill down on that one point before
Go ahead. No, that's it. That's my last argument, and so we can allow somebody to talk. Cool. But go ahead, brother. You've been good so far.
The hypothetical that you've painted is Trump has put the tariffs in place, and the tariffs are now crushing business owners.
Well, they lowered it. You know that, right? They changed it. They lowered it already. But go ahead.
The tariffs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because number one, they weren't working. They didn't force anybody to come to the table, and number two, the pushback that he got not only from the citizenship but from his own party on how high those tariffs were. No one was going to accept a 240% tariff on China. They would overrule him, and Congress has already started the process of overruling his ability to put these tariffs in place.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my take on that. But inside your hypothetical, that you are saying, the tariffs are now crushing business owners. So why are all the governors and the local government, why are they all raising taxes?
Yeah.
They're raising taxes because the money that they're taking from the businesses that are being hurt, that money's not coming in.
Yeah.
And we need to pay for things.
Yeah.
Like, we passed an infrastructure bill.
Yeah.
Because our roads are, would you agree, our roads are in not good condition?
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Our bridges. So you supported Biden, I'm sure, on this show for passing the infrastructure bill, right? You said openly, I'm not a fan of Biden. I like Trump, but he passed this infrastructure bipartisan with Republican support infrastructure bill, and you supported it, right?
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were both on the same page. So we have to pay for that now.
Yeah.
How are we going to pay for it if the amount of taxes that we're taking from business owners, if everyone's businesses are doing poorly, which means they're making less money, that means the government is taking a percentage of taxes that is lower. So in order to pay for the things we need to pay for, they've raised taxes, right? It's a natural response. Now, let me ask you this. If, let's say at the end of this process, we've gone through all the tariff stuff, the stock market, rises and falls with the tariffs as they come out because people are, worried about what's going to happen, right? Business owners are getting crushed and they're losing money. Businesses are cutting jobs. The economy is not in a good place right now, and it doesn't look like it's getting better. If that's the case, if at the end of this whole road, the tariffs didn't work, they didn't bring people to the table, we didn't get better deals with other countries, and all these businesses were crushed temporarily under them, are you gonna say, Trump, you you fucked up? Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to.
You better throw a super chat. You just demonetized my channel.
Sorry.
So,
are you gonna say, Trump, you messed up? Like you shouldn't have done this?
yeah, see, so here's the reason why I can't say that, or I would, but here's the problem why I can't say that. At least in my state, I don't know your state. In my state here, we had a $16 billion, healthy budget for our state. Okay, I already told you that we collect $4.3 trillion. Every state, you already know, right, how that works. They distribute the wealth and they give it to the states according to the population, etc. The problem is that we create, like California, right, with the whole rail thing or whatever's happened down there. Here, we, of course, infrastructure. Let's go. Let's fix freeways, highways, etc.
Do you mind telling me what state you're in, by the way, just so I know?
Yeah, Washington State.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Not Washington, D.C., Washington
No,
State.
no. This is the actual Washington State.
Okay.
So we had a healthy $16 billion budget, okay, before the previous bad governor that we had here twice. We still don't know how he won, but we had $16 billion healthy budget, and then we have a new governor. Now, that $16 billion, the way that, kind of you're very right about the tariffs, and I believe is that it has to be like a strong arm tool. That's how I call it. For people to make negotiation tactic.
Right.
So the government, they have been, they started this project they actually finished, it was like a 10-year project. They actually finished most of the monorail, like a train rail that they have over here as well, between like 3-4 cities. And they had given so much money to NGOs that the thing that pisses me off about it is there's no tracing of that money. And so we went from a 16 billion healthy budget to now we're negative 16 billion, and they added another 9.5 billion in taxes. And the problem is not that the economy is bad here in Washington, it's the lack of accountability from our government, that they keep wasting money. The businesses are going up. They've been going out of business before even Trump. Farmers have been getting lost before even Trump. I want to point that out here in Washington.
Right, but you have to admit, farmers are getting crushed right now because of the tariffs, because of Trump, and
but they wouldn't
took
be.
that money and bailed out Argentina instead of taking that money and bailing out our farmers. Do you agree that that was a huge misstep on Trump's part?
No, I think it's great. I think it's a good investment. But what happened lately? What agreement did we sign with China just now for our farmers?
We haven't signed any agreement with China.
It's already signed. We're going to have 3 years. 3 years. They're going to be buying tons. I don't remember how many hundreds of tons of soybeans. Remember we were complaining about soybeans before? Now China is going to start buying from us. Not from Canada, but from us. You remember that?
Just so we're clear, this hasn't. I'm looking at this on BBC. This has not been signed yet. This is a conversation that they're having.
So just a verbal agreement is what they signed over there in China. Okay, gotcha.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
With the tariffs, Trump has gotten a bunch of verbal conversations, but where are the results? Where are the deals?
Well, that's what I'm afraid. That's what I'm afraid. And this is why I'm supporting the tariffs. Don't take that away from him yet. Let him work with it, right, for a little bit. But here's the point about my local government here. The farmers, of course, they needed a bailout. But if they wouldn't have wasted billions of dollars on projects that we don't know where the money went to, we could have given that support to the farmers. You've been watching me for a while, so you know that I'm going to put my name on the ballot, right? So I'm probably going to lose because it's 68% Democrats, but I'm not going to run as a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, if the Republicans want to sponsor me and pay me, then let's go ahead and run as that. But my whole idea is that I want patriots. I don't want just Democrats or Republicans. I want to fight for Washingtonians. And one of the things that I believe the government could have done very well over here so that we don't lose those farmers is to bail them out. And instead of doing that, oh man, they started doing all this other stuff, man, for transgenderism, etc.
That is the same critique that you should be giving to Trump, in my opinion.
Well, he's not giving money to transgender, information. He's not giving money to schooling systems that are being they're destroying our children's education.
No, but he's giving money to. Remember, he ran on what's his #1 campaign promise? America First.
Yes.
right? That's the number one campaign promise. So you're telling me, and I want you to, this is a direct question to you, okay? Are you telling me that taking billions of dollars and investing it into Argentina over investing it into our crippled farming industry is putting America first?
Yes. You don't see the value?
No, because there are Americans in our country that are suffering. There are farms that are closing down.
Yeah, I know. They've been though,
need
but
that money. Even if let's say Trump gives them both that money. Let's say he's going to give it to the farmers too. Okay, why wouldn't he give it to the farmers first? Because they're Americans.
Well, so you see, people like just get stuck on one thing. Farmers are not the economy; they are part of businesses that we use, of course, for our food, and we definitely need our farmers.
Yeah, it's essential
to our
agriculture.
But we also need to invest. You're a capitalist. Remember, we're trying to make some money. So we need rare earth minerals. You know that already.
Yes.
Okay, we get a lot of that from China. Not anymore. So now we're going to get them from Ukraine. Now we're going to get it from Venezuela. Well, after we get done with this guy. But now we're going to get it from other countries that we're signing deals with. And that is the idea. We're reinvesting right now. Argentina is going to be rare earth minerals coming back to us. We're going to be bringing tons of that.
Let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
You're a family man, right? You have a family?
Correct.
So if you were struggling to make ends meet, you can't put food on the table, right? You're living paycheck to paycheck, right? You're one bad day from becoming the Joker, right? Are you going to be investing huge amounts of money into the stock market during that period?
I wouldn't invest in the stock market at all.
You wouldn't, no, but you probably wouldn't invest in many things that don't give you a return right now. Why? Because your family needs food. It's so bad they need food on the table. You're living paycheck to paycheck. Like the lower income brackets of this country aren't investing money, right?
Yeah.
They're struggling to put food on the table. The farmers are that family. It is so bad that we are talking about outsourcing our agriculture to other countries because our farmers can't afford to stay in business. So when you say to me, oh, it's a great investment to put money in Argentina, and we're going to get that money down the road, our farmers are struggling now.
Yeah.
They don't have time to wait for down the road. And one of the things that Trump promised to do was to invest in Americans. And he's not investing in Americans. He is outsourcing our investments to other countries, which is the very thing that has led us to this conversation.
Yeah.
That you are complaining about the fact, not complaining, but rightfully so. That's not meant to be an insult.
You're not.
It's a rightful upsetness you have that all these countries have outsourced American jobs to other countries and Americans are being hurt.
Yeah.
But Trump's solution is not America first. That is Argentina first. You don't agree with that?
My mother taught me when I was a kid. You don't know, but I was raised very poor. When my dad died, we used to have a lot of money. And then we didn't have all this abundance of food in the house. My mother told me, and I don't know if this makes sense in English. My mother told me that sometimes when we are hungry and we have to find a way to double our money, we have to tighten our belt. And that just meant that we had to go hungry a little bit longer. In our country level, I think it's very unfair that a lot of people that don't support President Trump, and they support the opposite, right? They don't support, I know you don't like Trump, but they don't support Trump, and yet they expect him to bend over backwards and go above all the blocks and all these other traps that the other side is putting in front of him, and he's supposed to feed the people. Right now, the Democrats shut the government. I get it. You know, they're trying to stronghold. I get it. But it's not going to work. Right now, they're fighting democracy. Democracy already won the big, beautiful bill.
Do you not see the interesting comparisons that in both Trump's terms, the government has been shut down for the longest that it had ever been? He broke the longest government shutdown record in his first term, and then in his second term now, we have broken that record.
But why is he being blamed for that? They blame him for that UPS plane that crashed? They blaming him for that.
Yeah, but he's incapable of governing. That's the complaint. The complaint is, let's take this as a business, right? Let's talk about it. Remember, Trump said, "I'm going to come into the country and I'm going to run it like a business," right? That's
Right.
why we voted him in, right?
That's right.
So if we were in a business, okay,
Yeah.
and I named you I'm the owner of the business, you're the chairman of the board, right?
Okay.
If you start doing things that shut down my company for months at a time, and you would come back to me and say, well, it's not my fault, it's this guy's fault, and it's that guy's fault, and I didn't do this, it's that guy's fault, right? Eventually, the buck stops with you because you're the common denominator.
Yeah.
So in Trump's first term, he got the government shut down for the longest it had ever been shut down. Why? Because he can't govern. He can't make deals with the opposite side. And unfortunately, that is part of governing. Even if you win, you have to be able to deal with the other side and make negotiations.
Okay.
You're going to lose some things, but you'll win most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that. He says Democrats are evil. They're disgusting.
Yep.
I hate them. I don't want to deal with them at all, right? And because of that, they don't get anything done. Now compare that to Biden. When Biden came into office,
Well, he never
passed-
came. He was a digital pen.
I disagree, but we can talk about that another time.
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge the fact, this is not an opinion, this is a fact, that Biden passed more bipartisan legislation, bipartisan meaning both Democrats and Republicans signed his bills. Do you agree that he passed more bipartisan legislation than any president in our lifetimes?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So, and Trump, in the inverse, only passes Republican bills. He doesn't pass any Democrat bills.
Yeah.
He shuts all of them down. So the Democrats turn around to him and they say, if you're not going to work with us,
Yeah.
I'm not going to work with you.
Yeah.
And that's how any negotiation works. So doesn't it seem like Trump is just not a very good negotiator?
No. You know
So
why?
yeah, explain that to me.
So a lot of people don't know why I love President Trump.
I've heard a couple of reasons today.
So I'm going to tell you one of the major reasons that I love President Trump. I have bent over backwards. I have helped so many freaking people in my life that you have no idea. I've been double-crossed. I've been stabbed. I've been false testimony accused of bad things that I never did in my life. Everybody trashed me down. And I know what it feels like to fight for what's right, to try to help people. And those same people that you're bending over backwards to help, all they can do is insult you and degrade you and make you look like a criminal. That's why I love President Donald Trump. Now, wait a minute. So that's why I love President Donald Trump, because he's been accused of a bunch of bull crap. I don't care about his personal life with his ex-wives. He can have 20 wives and 20 divorces. Who gives a shit? When he's doing something for the country, when he does something for the country, go with that. If the judges found him guilty, he'd be in jail, but he's not. So respect the judicial system.
Just on that one point, obviously he can have as many divorces as he wants, right? Whatever he does in his private life is fine. But, if I found out that Bill Clinton, let's say, assaulted a woman sexually.
Yeah, and it was proven. Yeah.
Right. I would say that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
So Trump literally bragged on tape about assaulting a woman. He says he does it all the time. Says
Assaulting
you
is
grab 'em by
what?
the P word.
Yeah, and they like it. What's wrong with that? That's locker room talk.
Right, but every sexual assaulter will say, yeah, they liked it.
Mm-hmm. And how much money did they get paid? You think they were just innocent virgins that went over there and said, oh, let's have a water drink? No, they were there to do something that they're not supposed to. Listen, you can't. I understand. Here, look. The reason why I cannot agree with you on that, or anybody that wants to call him pedophile, or anybody that wants to bring. No, not you. I said anybody else that calls them that. They're trying to bring some morals, right? Some Christian morals, by the way, Christian morals into the point to judge him, and yet these are the same people that are even nastier than he is. Nobody goes and protests pornography on the internet. that anybody can go watch. Nobody goes and protests the
Yeah, okay,
LGBTQ with all this immoral sexual immorality,
I
perversion.
understand that, but this
Okay,
is,
so
this
that's
is
why
whataboutism.
I get it, but that's what it is. It's not. It's a fact.
Right, but
it's not
I
a.
want to talk about. I guess what I would say to you is, if your defense for Trump,
I'm getting there.
Wait, just let me say.
You say he can govern, but he's proven the opposite. No, because I have an answer.
Yeah.
So
My bad, I didn't mean to
he has proven that he's governing the right way. Most of Americans agree, including me. I believe he's a good president. We love President Trump.
Polling-wise, he's only at 40-something percent.
Hey, F the polling. I don't trust the polling. Remember they polled and they said that he was going to lose? He won. So polling doesn't mean anything.
How do you then say with confidence, I know that most Americans like him?
Because we all
no evidence to back that up.
Because we all see what they've been doing to him. Even when we see him doing something good, they can never give him any props. The one thing that I will tell you this, and all these libtards in my chat right now, I'm going to tell you this. When
am I one of those?
No, you're on the phone. So not one, and this is where I'm at. Okay, the Democrats fight so much for, and I hate to just call them out, but that's who they are. Well, they're fake Democrats now. They don't exist no more. I hate that they destroyed my party, but not one Democrat that has been saying that, you know, we've been destroying democracy and democracy, it's at stake and all this other bullshit about democracy. Not one of those the Democrats in Representative Senate, not one of them stood up for the president that we the people use democracy to put in place. They all sat there, he hasn't even spoken to them. They already hated every single one of us people that support President Trump. That, my friend, right there is treason against the American people. I can never understand. Wait. We gotta finish. I have to finish on my point, because you cannot govern people that don't want to be governed. This whole shutdown right now is the biggest example. One of them. January 6th was a coup. We know that. But this is one of the biggest examples that I can give you. They don't give a shit about American people, but they still expect President Trump to go and find some money to give to the people. They still go to court to try to get Trump to force him to pay money to the people, where if the government was still open, everything would be fine right now. They have proven to us that democracy doesn't really mean anything to them, because they didn't respect our vote. They were hating not just Trump. Again, they were hating us. We cannot govern if we are not allowed to govern. And this is the biggest problem that we have in America. So that's why I don't hate them.
All right, hold on. So let me just wait one sec. Okay, so let me just address a couple things. Number one, I just want to say, most of the time, the responses that I'm hearing from you about Trump they're typically one of two things. You'll either say, I know that what he's doing right now is hurting the United States, but long term, it's going to help. Okay, and that's a difficult one for me to grapple with, because we can't know the future, right? You're going to guess that it will help. I'm going to guess it won't. And we'll have to have this conversation again in a couple of years to determine whether or not that's the truth, right? So I don't want to focus on that particular issue.
Okay, wait, before you continue with that, tell me how fighting for Americans only to get benefits, it's wrong.
I disagree. I disagree with you. And like, if you want, we can go line by line on like the bill, because I've read it. Illegal immigrants can't get health care. I know that you're going to claim that they can, or getting benefits from the United States.
They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to.
They can't. No, they can't. It's not happening. That's not happening.
You don't believe me. I know thousands of people that are.
That's fine, but I can say I know thousands of people who have tried and it didn't work. So where are we going to get to on that point? You know, so you can't prove it. This is like arguing the existence of God. You can't prove it. You know,
I don't have the articles with me, but there is proof here in Washington. We do have proof. I just don't have it handy to show you.
Okay, well, I would love. If you
I will find it, and I will put it on my probably on one of my lives.
No, I don't want to focus on that particular issue. I'd love to have another follow-up conversation, maybe just about that one point. But the one point I want to drill on right now is You heard Trump say he sexually assaults women.
I don't think he sexually assaulted them. That's just what
He
they
said he
no.
grabs them without their permission, and some
That's
of them
not
are
what he
married.
says. He said they like to be grabbed by. That's no. I listened to that recording myself as well.
He said they let you do it.
Yeah.
Some of them are even married. They like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, every sexual assault.
But it's
says
true.
The person they were assaulting liked it.
Yeah. What? But it's true because women have said that.
How do you know that every woman liked
Ah,
it?
come on. You can't just go and say, how do you know out of one of all those hundreds of women, one of them didn't like it and they were. No, dude, you can't say that. They put themselves in that position to begin with.
Every one of them?
Every single one of them go in there. They put themselves in that position.
I just think it's just an ignorant.
Well, because I've seen it, bro. I don't know how you listen. I'm not gonna try to say that I'm this player, but you have no idea how many women I've known in my life. And I know you look at this ugly Hispanic here, but you have no idea how many women and how perversive they actually are. So I don't want to hear shit about one person. You can't just be calling rape in the middle of the action.
Brother. You are using anecdotal data to
What? Wait.
judge an
So
entire
here's
group.
look. This is what debates don't work sometimes. You are bringing facts of hearsay, shearsay. You are. You know. Wait. Whatever.
What Trump said.
And what he said, I interpret different than what you interpret because my life has been different. I've been there.
Sure.
I've been there. Have you been there? Have you done that?
Wait. So the point that I'm trying to make is, even if you disagree, that's fine. But your response to that point is, I don't like how other people treat Trump.
No. It's not a treatment. It's not a treatment of Trump.
It's the fact that they hate
If that. No. It's not Trump. It's screw Trump and get him out of the situation. These motherfuckers keep calling me that because I support him. So why can I call you guys the same shit because you support bad stuff for Americans?
No, that's totally fine.
No, well, there you go. So it's not about a Trump. If I don't defend them, I'm not defending myself because what you believe is not what I believe. So here's the thing.
I understand that. That's not what I'm saying.
But no, but this let me finish because you have a good point. But no, because I'm not gonna let you lie to me now. Now you're lying to me. Yes.
Wait.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you're lying. Hold on.
The last person that you talked to called you a liar.
Yes,
You got
but
very upset about
I'm
that,
not
and
calling
said,
you a
"That's
liar, but
disrespectful,
okay.
So don't disrespect me. Okay?
Listen.
Treat me with the respect I'm
But
treating
I'm not
you.
saying you're a liar. I said right now you're lying by ignorance, and that's different. What I said, and is the point that you missed, we have a system that we all use, and it's called the justice system. If we don't have any conviction proof, it's hearsay. There's no conviction, so stop naming him a thing that he is not.
I'm not trying to do that.
No, wait. You said right now that what somebody else said, you're saying it like it's a fact. Oh, some women said this. Oh, you know what? There was actually women that went on the show and they would say, oh, so you're okay with Trump saying that grab him by the thing? She said, yeah.
Yeah. You're twisting my words here. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, see, look, you hate Trump. I love Trump. So we're not going to agree on anything that we say. But what I can tell you is I see the left side that keeps blocking every single thing that this man has tried to do.
Bro,
they
that's
swore
exactly
to
what
us,
Republicans do, dude.
but we have facts. They said we will never. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. They said, hold on. So they said, I'm going to put you on mute for a second. So they said he will never be able to close the border. He did it. They say he was not going to be able to bring prices down. Nobody can get eggs. Nobody can get eggs. He got the eggs down. He got the gas down. Every single price that we happened here in Washington State went down. You know why it went back up? Because of our local government taxes. We pay over $1 in taxes here in Washington State per gallon. That's not Trump. That's our governor. That is Washington State. The farmers, they're going out of business. It's not solely because of the tariffs. If the gas prices go up, the farmers cannot use diesel machines. If electricity goes up, it's because they also use power, diesel, to bring electricity. There is a lot of companies stores like Safe or Fred Meyer's or whatever the stores are in your place, they have to pay more for diesel, more for deliveries, more in regulations, more in business taxes, that a lot of business owners are actually leaving. AOC in New York, 20,000 jobs she lost by trying to tax the shit out of Amazon. It doesn't work. It has nothing to do with the tariffs. If the local government does not want to help the small businesses, stop blaming Trump for tariffs. He's doing a great job. Now I'll let you talk.
All right. So this is, I guess, like the point. One of the reasons why I try to stop you before you go on those tangents is it's very difficult for me to respond to every point that you make.
Yes,
you
I
talk
understand.
For a very long time. So just give me an opportunity. I'm not sure. I think.
But
I've
you already said
demonstrated
everything. I don't think there's anything you can say anymore that I will try to understand. You said everything.
I don't. No, I don't. I mean,
The moment
I
you
guess-
said he cannot govern, you already put a label that he cannot govern. Now you don't tell me why, and you ignore the fact that I say Democrats have been blocking the shit out of him even from before he made his speech.
Do you want to hear what I have to say?
Go ahead. Let me see if it's different than what you already said.
So the Republicans blocked everything Obama did. Everything. To the
Bullshit.
point where Obama.
You just told me.
Bullshit.
You just told me that Republicans have supported them. You just told me that. You told me Republicans supported those bipartisan bills from Biden.
No, that was Biden.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what Obama was doing. I think he was wrong too.
Hey, do you want to hear me talk? It seems like you're more interested in talking now. I'm trying to have a dialogue with you back and forth, and you are just interrupting me.
Well,
over
it's
and over
brother.
again.
It's
I'm
not a listen. It's not a dialogue if you think your truth is truth and not my truth. So you cannot have a dialogue or a debate with anybody.
Someone else's opposing beliefs.
Well, no. What I'm saying is we're going to sit here and dance all day, but there's other people that might want to call. I still got to do my show,
Hey,
right?
You can force me off anytime you want. I was only going.
Well, no, there is no forcing off. I think we touched up on everything. From tariffs, I proved to you that it's not bad. I proved to you that the government's waste is what's causing the problem. It's not tariffs, brother. Billions of dollars, bro.
Even you had to admit. You said, well, it's not just the tariffs. It's not just because eggs weren't expensive just because of Trump. But you have to admit they are expensive.
Well, eggs were not. No, that's not what I said. Eggs were not expensive because of Trump.
Trump came out and said our farmers are hurting and we need to bail them out.
Yes.
He literally said that.
Yes.
So what, are they hurting because of Biden?
Well, we will, dude, but shit doesn't work from night to morning. It needs time.
Are they hurting because of Biden from 2 years ago?
It
or
needs
are they hurting
time.
because of Trump now?
They're hurting more because of a local government.
So when Trump came out and said because of the tariffs, our farmers are being hurt, you disagreed with that.
Because he understands that it can cause problems, but that's not the main reason. That's part of the reason.
It just seems like you have no capacity.
Okay, so I'm going to say it one last time. I'm going to say it one last time because you fucking missed everything I just said. I said we are investing, and there is a big difference between.
In other countries.
It doesn't matter. We're investing.
Not in America first.
Okay, we're investing money. It doesn't matter where. It can be up my ass, but we're investing money. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm going to have to mute you again. I'm going to have to mute you again because you can't listen. My point is we are investing money. Tariffs are causing a bit of a burden. It is a war, an economic war. And in a war of any type, there's always going to be collateral damage. Our farmers will be taken care of, period. There's no doubt. But we're making investments to where we can temporarily have to suffer for a little bit. You missed my whole example of investing, tightening up your belt. Some business will go out of business. Maybe they'll bounce back. I had a business owner call me here. He's a matter of fact, he became a member of my channel. His name is Colin. The guy found a way to do a different way of business to become successful. You want handouts. We can't do that. We cannot be given handouts. We said Trump is making investments. Thanks for the sub, bro. Trump is making investments, and we're going to suffer for a little bit, but that investment at least has a chance to have a return. As a capitalist, you will probably have to be, I won't even say the word so you don't get offended, But you have to be not thinking right if you say you're a capitalist, because you will never invest, because there's going to be some hardship during that investment. Now, the difference and the thing that you keep missing is that I just told you we had a $16 billion budget in our state, healthy budget. Now we're going close to $32 negative billion. Nothing to do with tariffs. What can we do with $20 billion to Argentina? We just wasted $32 billion. We could have given to the farmers if that's the case. Your logic doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense. Because if you keep defending the local government for extortioning the American people with taxes, you're never going to get the point. The point is, we have Democrats, unfortunately, all they are doing is giving money away, giving money away. They don't make investments. They're not making the sacrifice. They're not doing anything to help the American people. They keep giving away money to the illegals. I don't care what you think about that. In Washington State, sanctuary cities, they say that they are using state money, but the state gets that money from the federal government. Let's not play stupid about that part. And they have been wasting all these billions of dollars locally. So how can we blame tariffs on that? At least tariffs is a temporary pain. Whether it will pay out or not, it doesn't matter. We voted him in. We trust the man. And if we voted wrong the next 4 years, you guys get a chance to change it. All I know is that inflation was getting worse, and we had dumbass Kamala Harris come on live TV and says, well, you pay more prices because the economy is so healthy. This is the stupidity that I cannot support. At least President Trump is making some changes. Even if you think that they haven't signed any deals, nobody's been able to talk to the prince in Saudi Arabia like the President Trump has. Nobody has talked to so many leaders throughout the world. Vietnam, which were actually helping China, Vietnam is now making deals with us. Japan respects us. You have to look at the respect. And I'm going to finish this up. I'm going to have to let you go, okay, because we're not going to finish. But I do thank you for your comments, man. I really do. I think you might be right on a lot of things, but let's just agree to disagree, okay? For what is worth, Serenity, you're very smart. All right? Have a good day, brother. Much love, man. Take care. Man, very smart guy. He really is. And I don't get mad at him, but I get mad at the situation that we're in. You know what I mean? Because I see so much stuff. Like people like to just complain at the president, right? But I have to go to my local level government first. Let me tell you why. If you're a manager, right? If you're a manager, you are going to hear it from the business owner, from the president and the vice president. Am I correct? Stay with me. If you're the manager, governor, if you're the manager, you are going to have to make sure that everybody's working correctly. If you see employees, senators, mayors, Congress, whatever, in a company, you fire them if they're not doing their job. Being $32 billion negative on our budget is a failure of the government. They're fired. That's how that happens. Because if you don't, as a governor, hold them accountable, obviously you can't fire Congress, you can't do that, but you can hold them accountable. If they are not doing their job, you have to let the state know. The people have the right to know the truth. And right now, the governor all the way down to the city council are all corrupted, have been laundering money with NGOs, have been having their own agenda for foreigners, for other countries. So they got to be fired. But what happens? They don't get fired. So how am I going to say the CEO of this company is horrible when I can't fire the manager, I can't fire the supervisor, I can't fire the leads, I can't fire any of these people? How can the CEO be guilty about that? The company is going to run down the toilet because he can't fire them. When he asked the Attorney General Pam Bondi, sent out a letter to a lot of states. The blue ones rejected this order. They wanted to be able to see the voting rolls, which they can't ask for. They decided to go ahead and sue them against it. Why? Why wouldn't you want them to say, oh, it's a privacy? Bitch, they got your social security. They listening to the conversation right now. They got everything. Stop playing stupid. We're not living 50 years ago. So Washington State says no. I showed you guys a paper of how they don't like to be audited. They don't like to be supervised during the vote counts. They don't like to have accountability for when they make mistakes. But they can always blame President Donald Trump. How is that right? That's why I got to keep defending President Donald Trump. It's like, if I don't defend President Donald Trump, I am saying that all these corrupted politicians are innocent, and they're not. I'm going to share. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can find it on all my history crap that I've been doing here. This is a person that actually lives here in Washington State. I don't want to abuse his content, but he is here from Washington State. I shared one of his videos here with you guys before. Come on, buddy. Where are you? Not election. You know what? We're going to listen to his video. I hope that he doesn't get mad at me for this. Let me see. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch this video here. Let's see what happens. This is here from Washington State. You guys may recognize him from my previous video, right? And I hope that you guys actually go to his channel. It's called We the Governed. Okay, this guy has very good information on his channel. This might not even be the one that I'm looking for, but by any means, this guy is very on point. He'll probably put you to sleep on his lesson, but he is teaching a lot of people how to dodge and how to do audits and all this stuff. Let's see what he has to say, guys.
Thank you so much for watching. My name is Glenn Morgan, and this is We the Governed, and I really do appreciate the fact that you are logging in and willing to spend a few minutes with me reviewing Washington State and other issues that really need to be covered sometimes, especially when we're covering the political world. Now, today I'm going to jump right into the story because I think it matters. Today I want to talk about the fact that Stop SNAP fraud has been going on now for quite a while. Big news yesterday. They basically announced that they had pulled 700,000 illegals and fraudsters were purged from the supplemental nutrition and assistance program for people, or food stamps, essentially known as a food stamp program. And this is in the news, and it's affecting Washington State. And the main focus of this is going to be how this issue is affecting Washington State and how our state's playing a role in the unfolding fiasco and drama that's going on out there right now. So this is more than just the shutdown theater. Now, obviously, it's getting a lot more tension because of the whole shutdown theater. And, you see a lot of people basically panicking because they think, oh, my word, I'm going to lose my food stamps. It's the worst possible thing in the world. And there's a lot of panic going on out there. And it looks like a lot of different things. You've been seeing a lot of TikTok videos of very entitled people freaking out about the fact that they have a potential to lose a month or two of their food stamp, EBT cards, SNAP benefits, depending on what they want to call it. But essentially, it's all the same program, and boy, do they not want to lose that. Now, before we go too much further, I just want to point out that if you have not hit the subscribe and like button, please do so down below. It doesn't cost you anything except for a few seconds of your time, and it's always helpful to share this video out and leave your comments if you think I've missed the boat on something. I always appreciate it. I do read them, and I will do my best to get.
Guys, take the information with a grain of salt. Stop being retarded. Just listen to it. And if you don't find any value on it, it's okay. You can always leave. But this guy has been working with a group of people, of investigators, and they are a bunch of others in the group. He gets a lot of good information. He is trying to have proof of fraud. So pay attention, will you? This is the problem. This is why you guys don't learn. Listen. That's why all my patrons over here support me. You don't support me because you don't listen. You only hear things, but you have to learn to listen.
Back to them. So let's go back to now the shutdown theater and the high drama of all the people that are concerned about losing food stamps or EBT cards. Now, obviously, it's made the news more recently just because, the funny thing about this, I think, is really just this whole social media element of it, where people are willing to go out and brag about all the money that or about how they even are cheating or lying or falsifying information so they can get thousands of dollars in benefits, and they'll show you their statement to show you how much money's coming in, or they'll show you their insanely bad choices when it comes to what they're buying food for their kids or themselves. It's pretty bad. And then, of course, you always have the fraud issues, which are also starting to pop up here a little bit more. And in this case, there was a story out of Ohio, but trust me, there's hundreds of these. You had a story out of Seattle as well, where basically the story out of Ohio was somebody who'd basically set up a $150,000 fraud operation using EBT cards. In Washington State, we had them basically, they do this every couple of years. They'll go down and they'll bust all the drug addicts selling or handing off their cards in exchange for a hit of meth or fentanyl or something. And then the whole fraud operation where the people who get the cards are buying stuff that they can sell back to the stores, and everybody gets their cut and everybody's winning except for you and I, the taxpayer, because the fraud is so common and found everywhere. It's frustrating for those people who actually do pay taxes, and nobody likes to see billions and billions of dollars wasted on fraud or people who don't deserve to have these benefits. Now, what happens is, of course, Washington State's Governor Ferguson decides recently, as he announced, he's going to outsource most of his policy decisions and thinking to Governor Newsom or maybe British Columbia or possibly Tina Kotek down in Oregon, as they all want to get together and pretend like they haven't put themselves in the situation through bad and incompetent decisions themselves. And the reason why they do this is it goes back to a human nature issue where misery loves company. Yep. Once somebody is failing, and all of these jurisdictions that have all lumped together in some kind of Cascadia conference game have failed specifically and explicitly on all the programs that he claims and pretends that they're going to work on together. Homelessness, drug addiction, crime, affordable housing, the Green New Scam, whatever it is. These guys, we picked the worst states. And I think it is this whole misery needs company kind of thing. It makes a lot of sense when you understand that they don't want to be the specifically targeted. So it's easier if you get together in a group and you can all go down together and then you say, see, I wasn't alone. Because when you fail together, the blame is far easier to deflect. Say, nobody saw it coming. Who would have known that if we gave $1 billion a year to homeless drug addicts down in Seattle, that we would attract a lot more and that crime would go up? Who would have known? I mean, we were all on the same page together. Yep. Now, let's dig into the SNAP benefits, because this is just really, it's a symptom of a bigger problem. Yeah. But you kind of have to understand the significance of this program in Washington State. Now, the paper will say that it's roughly 10%, so 1 in 10 people are on SNAP benefits. The specific program, and by the way, you can get this data from the USDA, that they publish this information on a monthly basis. But as of right now, about 11.38% of Washington State's population appears to be accessing some form of the EBT SNAP benefits. They claim that there are 905,471 beneficiaries in Washington State today, and that really equates to about a little over 500,000 households, which means the rest are either spouses or kids. There's probably quite a few kids in this program, but it's surprisingly not as many as I would have expected, and that from compared to last year, that it's gone up about 1.48%. So that's stuff you can easily see out there. On a monthly basis, the state's spending about $167 million. And when I say the state, I should be clear here, this money's spent in the state, but it's all federal funds. The big thing I think that's really worth putting in perspective right now, because we're going to go back and revisit this, is the fact that since 2019, in Washington State, the SNAP beneficiaries, the population, the amount of money we spent on it, has increased almost 60%. And that's a huge, huge number. And we're going to look at a graph chart pretty soon. But it's all kind of concealed by this battle and fight and face-off between Bob Ferguson and Donald Trump. And really, it's more about the Trump derangement syndrome, just an opportunity for Ferguson to distract people from his own incompetence and corruption and then direct it and blame Trump for everything. And that's kind of what's going on right now. But when you really dig into this, and it's important to kind of understand how this works, the SNAP EBT benefits that, for food stamps, for those, put in historical context here, it's 100% federally funded. All that money comes in, and it is 100% covered by taxpayers, whether it's here or in other states. Now, DSHS, which is the state government entity, they're actually the agency that administers the SNAP benefits, just like they do Medicaid. And so when you go into an office anywhere in the state to apply for SNAP benefits or get your EBT card or Medicare or Medicaid, I should say, or anything like that, you go in through DSHS. They're the state face of a federal program. But it is mostly federally funded. In fact, even though the state does administer it, the feds still split about half of those administrative costs with us. So it's a relatively low-cost program from the state's perspective for the perceived benefit that they hand out to the community. And that's generally how food stamps that's how they've looked at the food stamp program for a long time. Now, of course, states, in order to qualify for being able to administer this federal program, they're obligated to have a fraud prevention and investigation program set up. And the reason why they do that is that if they don't have something like that, the feds, in theory, will not provide any money at all. But of course, Washington State, just like any other state, we have zero incentive to actually find any fraud because the budget actually gets cut by the amount of fraud that's found. Now, I discovered this years ago when I was doing an investigation based on some whistleblower information into DSHS, and at that point in time, it was the Medicaid program that I was looking at, although I think there were some SNAP benefits as well. And it was whistleblowers in their fraud prevention program that were pointing out how Washington State was just concealing all the fraud and wouldn't actually do anything about it. And they were trying to push those numbers down or ignore them or pretend like they didn't exist, go through a kabuki theater where they pretended.
All right, we'll go ahead and continue this in a little bit. I want to go down to, let's see if I can find it in here. Come on, Trump. Here we go.
Again,
oh man, we don't want that crap. Come on. Let me see if I have it on my White House here. Oh, what the hell is that thing?
What used to take decades now takes.
Oh, it's the background, I see. This is from the White House briefing right here, guys. Let's get some.
Wow, what a nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory. They say, this is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person. I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history. It's possible. I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked, and we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us.
Latinos for
biggest
Trump,
vote
baby.
in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, think of it, less than $1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have $21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market has set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more. Who knows? I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good because it's not, you know, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, what's going to cost more? The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, you know, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days, and this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Yep,
Biden.
that's what I said.
How the hell did that happen?
Yep.
Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people. You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, and even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're greatest, they're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, you know, she doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location. But he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because the airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they have plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco, to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars. Totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government. And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use the machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. Yep. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee.
Everybody move to New York. Get all the socialists in there.
Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor?
What a jackass.
He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't
It is what it is, my friend.
You'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that? They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. I said they were voting last night. You can have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. We're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country.
President Trump, give me a second. Thank you, Chris Giordano, for the super chat. A president that can run the country effectively and make us laugh. Y'all right in my book. Trump will make Americans laugh again because he is so funny. He is. And he is a good president. Appreciate you for that comment. God bless you.
Right now, can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants, some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. They're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of the stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay, and he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant. And we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, how you doing? Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips. I said, really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. She said to me, no tax on tips. I said, say it again. She said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips. That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, sir, there should be no tax on tips, it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back. And they'll say, sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips. And you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year. And that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every one new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. That's a big, it's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years. To embrace a vital industry here in Miami, I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto was under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. Yep. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. And don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come up, please.
Come up, Francis. Come on up.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little shorter than you are. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone.
Nacho, baby, let's go.
You like real estate, right? I do. Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
Awesome. Let's go, baby. Fantastic. And Latinos for Trump. Let's go. Let's go. Amazing. Amazing. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Pat.
And you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who's been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. He was a great real estate developer. He had a great personality. And you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East. 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared. And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A pluses, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon. But I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lago. Vince Lago. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The mayor of Doral. I love Doral. And I like this woman a lot. Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have Commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right?
Yeah,
and look what
you
happened,
got it.
Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record record business, right? The way you had the World Cup coming, think of it. We have the World Cup coming, we have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC, but we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA.
Money, money.
And we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully, we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before. Never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us, so we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't know, mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news. But I heard they're going to war. 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded. But 8 planes were shot down, essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way, this has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you, let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never happened. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties. But they're all the leaders, 158 leaders. And they're saying, President, and I'm walking up to the President Donald J. Trump, and I'm looking at the teleprompter, stone cold blank. They did it on purpose. And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly, you know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose, but it worked out okay. Not great people. Most important of all, for 4 weeks ago, and this is very important, we brokered the historic peace deal that ended the war in Gaza, and it's a serious end, too. You know, I read a lot of people, oh, it's very tenuous. Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say I only ended 7. But that was a tough one, right? That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying thank you very much because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race the other day, long distance, a super, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by a woman. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each head. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is the crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good, too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be, and I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
What is a woman? Cards?
And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McCain. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off, and we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, I looked, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's power and standing all over the world. But after just 1 year since that glorious election, I'm thrilled to say that America is back.
Yeah.
America is back.
That's a real leader.
Better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. They were laughing at our country.
Yep.
We had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. Kept falling. Yeah. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the short stairs or the long? I said, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe.
Not me.
For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started. It's a golden age like you've never seen before. From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, and those car plants are pouring into our country, to the coal mines of West Virginia, those coal mines are opening up one after another. Clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say, in my administration, unless you use two words before it. Clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use two words before it, here you go, clean. He said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say three words and mean two. But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud. America is confident. America is growing and successful. America is a great nation again. We're a great nation again. It's happened faster than I thought. I'll be honest again. We're respected by everybody. We are really, you see the way I get treated. I get treated that way. I guess a little has to do with me, but a lot has to do with the fact that I'm representing this country. America is respected again. America is a great nation again. The American dream is surging back to life, and we will never let the American dream die. Together we will make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer,